that they seem is correct and fair.
That's what I'm talking about. They're using their own opinion instead of going by what it is actually telling them. And that's what concerns me. They're taking all this money, like Clarence Thomas and Alito, and taking all this money. They're being bought.
That's Luis in North Carolina. To Alabama, this is Jake. Next, Jake, if you were somehow Supreme Court czar for the day, would you make any changes to how the Supreme Court works?
Yeah, I would automatically put in some ethics rules. As far as being bought, Clarence Thomas, ProPublica has already exposed that and all the gifts he's got from Harlan Crow. The fact that he's been there the longest is testament to that because he's paid to be there. The rest of the people have to go home. They have families they care about. They have things they have to do. They're not getting paid millions to stay on the court until they dry up and wither away. And as far as the average time being 16 years, I am surprised by that. But you have to remember, when Amy Coney Barrett, Kavanaugh, and Gorsuch were appointed to the court, Republicans specifically, even those in elected office, senators, and even I think President Trump, said out loud they were picking justices that were younger so that they could be on the court for multiple decades.
All right. What's up? Welcome in, guys. Hopefully I figured out my duplicate alerts problem. ChatGPT and I were on the case today. We believe we identified the culprit, so we'll see what happens. We'll see. What'd you try? Well, I was leaning towards the new scene I created, this one, because it happened after I made this, right? So it seemed like this is the culprit, and I had created a new source for my alerts, and instead of just adding the old one, I added a new one, thinking that if I use the other one, it might screw up something with the other scenes. But turns out, even when you're not on a scene in OBS, a source, even if it is hidden, can still be running in the background, and therefore it could generate audio, which is news to me. So basically deleted that other source, and in my tests, I wasn't able to duplicate what happened last night. But again, I thought I had fixed this before, and when I went live yesterday, it was acting a fool again, so. You hear the Destiny trial update? No. Apparently the plaintiff side was so unprepared, they're scheduling a redo in 2027. No. No way. The judge is delaying for another 5 months? That's insane. That's absolutely crazy, man. That'll be 2 years the case is going before anything. Preliminary shit for 2 years. That's just insanity. That's not what I heard. Yeah, I'm going to need to hear some other sources on that one. I feel like no one is talking about Peltola performance last night. We're going to be talking about it because I was keeping an eye on it. She did phenomenally well. Mary Peltola put up a great performance last night, almost clearing 50% of the vote on the first round. That's really good. That sounds wrong. They have 24 hours to gather info. That is not accurate. The judge gave them 24 hours to present evidence for spoliation. The trial will be in 2027 if there is one. Wow. What do you have to say for yourself, Bryman13? I think your reading comprehension skills failed you this time, buddy. The judge is also unsealing info in the docket. Ah, gotcha. Misread. I always find that fascinating. Like, if no one corrected you, I would have walked away thinking that this is going to drag out till 2027 as of right now. Think about it. Don't you feel bad about that? Like you came in here telling me misinformation because you misunderstood. That's atrocious. What the hell, man? Imagine if I did not push and I didn't ask others, if I didn't doubt you. Like, come on, man. Typical lawyer crap. I hope that case gets wrapped up very quickly. I think it's outrageous how long it's gone on for, and it just further sours me on the justice system. I had jury duty, maybe 6 months ago. No, was it? When did I have it? Maybe it was like a year ago. When was I don't even remember. I had jury duty within the last year. And yeah, I think it was before I moved here, actually, over a year ago. And I went to the jury duty and I got kicked out of the jury pool. I was in the box. I was one of the finalists. And the prosecutors used one of their opportunities to remove someone on me. I was the first to go because at one point they asked everybody in the jury pool, and there's like 200 people in the room, if you've ever been arrested. And I had to raise my hand because I have been, but I didn't get to explain. So everybody's looking at me like I'm a career criminal. And then they called me in privately, the judge and the prosecutor and defense called me in to ask me what I was arrested for and my feelings about the judicial system. And I basically said that I was a young kid and I was treated harshly, punished. I felt very, inappropriately, in the sense like I was a 14, 15-year-old kid. Why would you throw the book at me? It's so idiotic. It's not like I was the town criminal or something. I was just a dumb kid who was like smoking pot and hanging out with dumb people because I was desperate for attention and friends, and my parents had a difficult household and just kid stuff. I needed help, not punishment. And so I was kind of pissed. And I've ever since I've had a chip on my shoulder for the judicial system. Now, I think it's changed in the last 30 years since that happened to me. But, I told the judge and everybody that I don't have much respect for the judicial system. And also with the way Trump has gotten away with everything, I don't have much faith in the system to actually enact justice either. So they threw my ass off the case pretty quickly. And so here, just Destiny's case is adding more to that disdain that I have for our judicial system delivering justice. Just stupid, man. If you ever want out a criminal, say you always trust cops. I mean, I feel like as time goes on, more and more people are going to get eliminated from jury duty. There was like 300 people there for some tiny little case. And I imagine it's because so many people get thrown out of jury duty because of problems with the law, problems with the system, pissed off at cops, you name it. A lot of people were removed for all sorts of issues too. It's unbelievable how many streamers are embroiled in legal cases. Such a vile system. Yeah, I mean, somebody can just sue you and keep you wrapped up in a case for a year and a half, and you could spend hundreds of thousands of dollars. I mean, that's outrageous. That's just crazy, man. I hope Destiny countersues, but who knows? Before I get into what happened last night, though, this deals with last night. I don't know who this account is, Clipping Wings, but they must be in love with me because they clipped me here, and Hassan brought it up on his channel last night. I love that there's people who watch my channel to negatively clip me.
Bend the knee to Mary P. 2026 Blue Wave, let's go.
Original Heirloom, thank you for the $2 super chat. Hell yeah, Mary Peltola. Let's see if we get a double. I think I fixed it, but you can never be too sure here. We'll see. That was the one that gave you the clip of Hassan calling you IDF. Yeah, I don't know. This account is weird. I don't know. Hate watching is such a weird thing to me. Like, we tune into Hassan when there's a primary to watch the cope. That's about it. But the fact that there's people out there that watch my stream and clip it and try to get internet points off it is kind of fascinating to me, but in the most pathetic way possible. I mean, imagine if you put this energy into starting a business or a relationship or physical fitness or a hobby. Boy, your life would improve so much. Instead of just engaging in this negative activity that produces very little results. I mean, what is this going to lead to? And then you have to sit here and watch someone you disagree with and don't like. I mean, that is odd behavior to me. I would never encourage people to consume content that they dislike. Just, it's not going to make you happy. And you're a product of the content you consume, whether it's books, TV, movies, streams. So why would you want to be around people that you disagree with? Just doesn't make sense to me. In any case, I'm sure it's going to happen more and more because I'm just an awesome person that's growing and having more influence. So good for me. But I encourage these kind of people to get the mental health help that they need. But in the meantime, I want to actually engage with it and explain, because I'm a bit clumsy when I talk on stream, and I'm not the best communicator, and a lot of times I feel like I have hours to explain myself, so I don't really try to make clippable moments, and it can look a little awkward. So this person, I don't know why they included another clip from Live and Learn on Monday, and this is, I guess, me after Live and Learn. I don't know. It says, Live and Learn podcast host, I'm really important. Have my name. It's all lowercase, okay? Why would you write it in any uppercase? That's funny. And they put it, well, anyways, reacts to Glenna Milberg's interview of Oliver Larkin. He's trying to feed our king, Jared Moskowitz. Jared Moskowitz, a young, exciting Democrat who nobody seems to have an issue with. At least Hassan will be upset when he loses. I think Hassan actually attended a rally for him today. I wonder if the last name of his opponent has anything to do with it. So obviously it's a joke that Hassan will be upset. Who cares? But this clip is the one I want to actually respond to. It says, centrist Democratic influencer. I'm really important. Like, is this somebody's dad who's clipping this? Like, what is this? This does not seem like somebody under the age of 40. Centrist Democratic influencer. I'm really important. Reacts to DSA candidate Angie Nixon appearing to upset Vindman. I never heard a peep about her. Nobody ever talked about this being a competitive race at all. Should IRI have spent less time talking about Hassan? So implying that I'm obsessed with Hassan and just watch his content constantly. And if only I had done less Hassan watching, then I would have known about this Angie Nixon race. Well, my point was, nobody had heard of Angie Nixon. I never heard about this race, and I'm following all the races, the important ones, but I've never heard anyone talk about Angie Nixon. It's all been about Vindman, which, by the way, this race is a long shot against Moody in the first place. So nobody was really paying attention to the Florida Senate race, let alone the Florida Democratic primary for the Senate nominee. So I never even knew Vindman had a serious challenger, and I don't think she was very serious. Obviously, turned out differently. And I think it's funny that they call me a centrist. How am I a centrist? I don't get that. I voted for Bernie in 2020 and 2016. I sent Bernie money. I support progressive policy like Medicare for All, which, by the way, Jared Moskowitz is one of like 114 co-sponsors for Pramila Jayapal's Medicare for All bill in the House. So I think that's it's pretty popular, you know what I mean? So I don't know what makes me a centrist. To me, a centrist, anything, is a embarrassed Republican who doesn't want to say they're Republican. That's it. But I've never met, I don't know. I guess maybe Joe Manchin or Jared Golden, somebody like that, maybe. But I don't think I'm similar to those guys. I just support all Democrats, including more moderate Democrats who can win in redder areas. I think it's important that we have more people with a D next to their name so we can have power. That's important to me. Sisafino, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Hell yeah. All right, let me add this and then I'll continue my story here. Sisafino. But I would love to see some sort of AI analysis of how much time I spend on Hassan Piker. I'm willing to bet people will be sorely disappointed because we don't really talk about him too much around here. The last few months, sure, because of Abdul El Sayed and the DSA challengers. But over the last year, there's been very little talk of Hassan. We rarely watch his videos. So I think this person might be a little confused. But Hassan is the talk of the town. He's all over Fox News, CNN, and so everybody's talking about him. So why wouldn't I engage in that as well? That being said, the implication here is that I would have known about Angie Nixon, the DSA member, progressive challenger to Alexander Vindman that had a surprising upset last night. Well, my argument is nobody knew about this woman at all. And in fact, I went and looked and to see if Hassan had ever mentioned her. She announced her candidacy on January 22nd of this year. I Googled it. I didn't know this. She announced that she's running for U.S. Senate on January 22nd. So I went and looked to see if Hassan mentioned her between January 22nd and August 17th. That would be the day before yesterday, because obviously he mentioned her last night as he was watching the primary election results come in. And I found nothing. So let's do it together. I'm not the best at this, so you guys tell me if I'm doing something wrong here. So if I go to X and I type Angie Nixon, and I go to advanced search, and I say, let's see, what can I do? Any of these words, Angie Nixon, that's her name. And I go to these accounts, from these accounts at Hassan the Hun. That's the name of his account, Hassan the Hun. And then I check the dates and I say January 22nd, 2026 through August 17th. Again, that's the day before the primary. And I hit search. All I have is here. Wait. Why is it showing me the ones from yesterday? And why does it show me this one? I think it's showing me all his tweets. What did I do wrong? What the fuck? What the hell did I do wrong? Angie Nixon. At Hassan the Hun. Boomer. Something went wrong there. This is what I did. Why is it showing me stuff from today? I picked August. Wait, no, from January 22nd, 2026 to August 17th, 2026. I want to make sure I did everything right here. From these accounts, any of these words, search. Why is it showing me this shit? What the fuck, man? Maybe it gives me an error. I did it on earlier and I posted in the Discord and it gave me an error. I'll show you guys. I don't know why. You guys can see what I put in my search results and it's not working. So, but this is what I got earlier when I did it. Okay, here we go. Twitter search blows. I mean, it worked earlier. Surprise, surprise. No results for Angie Nixon from Hassan the Hun since January 22nd through August 17th. So never tweeted about her, never mentioned her. I also had ChatGPT take a look into his stream. I guess there's like Twitch VOD transcripts for big streamers. So it was able to search through that. I went on his YouTube page and searched Angie Nixon. I wasn't able to find anything. Neither was ChatGPT, any mention of her. The closest we got was Hassan. He attended a virtual rally for Florida candidates, mostly Oliver Larkin, I think back in February. And then he did a second one for Oliver Larkin in June, another virtual rally. And Angie Nixon was a benefactor of this. Like, I don't think he mentioned her, even knew she was there. He just kind of showed up. And that's it. So my point is, like, nobody knew, including Hassan, anything about this woman. So I don't think it would matter if I obsessed over Hassan all day long or not. Nobody had any clue that this Angie Nixon woman was going to do anything. So give me a break, man. What are you trying to find? I tried to find in the search there if Hassan mentioned Angie Nixon, either word, Angie Nixon, between January 22nd of this year and August 17th, which would have been the day before the primary in Florida, to see if he mentioned her name in any of his thousands and thousands of posts. And I found nothing in my search earlier. I don't know why I can't duplicate that live on stream. It's clearly sending me stupid shit. You guys can see it sent me today's results when I told it to send me results up to 2 days ago. So it doesn't even make sense. People in Florida did. I'm sure they did. But I'm not in Florida. I'm in California. And if somebody like Hassan had no idea who she was or said anything about her, then it's safe to say nobody did. I think that's not a crazy thing to say. So it's just an idiotic post by this account that makes no sense at all. All right, let's take a look at what went down. NBC, wait, Meet the Press Now. See if they uploaded today's episode. Yep. See, I was stalling a bit here by doing that so they could upload 15 minutes ago.
Welcome to Meet the Press Now. I'm Kristen Welker in Washington. If it's Wednesday, we have election results from a dramatic night full of surprises, setting the stage for a slew of key midterm contests, starting with a major upset in Florida, where Democratic Socialist State Representative Angie Nixon defeated the establishment-backed candidate Alex Vindman by double digits. It's the latest in a string of primary victories for insurgent Democrats in Senate primaries all across the country. Nixon.
Okay, did she win? I don't know why people would be mad someone not overly talked about did well. If that's the case, then you completely missed everything I just said, ding dong. Wake up. My point was this person was criticizing me for saying nobody knew about this race. And that person said, if you spent less time talking about Hassan, you would have known about it. And my point was that even Hassan had no idea about this race. Did you miss the entire last 10 minutes? Hello? Knock, knock. Are you home? I guess not.
Will take on incumbent Senator Ashley Moody, who handily won the Republican primary. And she wasted no time attacking Nixon for her affiliation with the Democratic Socialists of America in her victory speech.
Nobody's mad at that woman for winning. In fact, I'm actually pleasantly surprised at the outcome, because now no money will be used in Florida because that woman doesn't have a chance of winning, unfortunately for her. Florida is quite red. It's not a swing state. And I think Alex Vindman had very little chance, but sadly, people were pouring money into that race. He raised like $16 million, so kind of a waste of money and resources for a almost impossible race to win. Now, nobody's going to give money because she's associated with DSA, though she's had some good media appearances. However, I just think it's too much for Florida. So good. Money will be spent elsewhere in better, more competitive races now. So that's the silver lining for me. Plus, she seems like an interesting personality. I'm sure just her energy will bleed over to other candidates. I don't think it'll help her win, but I think the excitement around her and the way she talks, and in regards to being energized and just great on TV, I think is going to help the Democrats' image as a whole. So Alex Vindman was like resident sleeper, I was like, what is this guy doing, man? He couldn't break through in any way at all. Okay, you're just annoying, dude. You're fucking an idiot.
There are people right now that are signing up proudly for a socialist party many would call.
I'm sorry, guys. If your mental capacity is low, then I will remove you. Just like, they don't let children into adult spaces. You got to do it. Got to do it. If you're drooling right now as you watch the stream because you don't know that your mouth is wide open, I can't help you. If your feet don't touch the floor when you sit in a chair, then this is not the space for you. And I don't care. I will remove you.
Call it a communist party. If the crazies get in office, they will drive this country off a cliff while laughing and telling us that America deserved it.
Ashley Moody and her billionaire donors are terrified of us. And we all know what they do, especially when they're scared.
Do you think Nixon's win will harm Jolly's chances? No. I don't think Jolly has much of a chance either. I'm sorry. It's Florida, man. This is like a very red place now. I really don't see us winning this election cycle. I could be wrong. Last time we won a statewide seat was 2018, and that was like agriculture secretary or something. So I've given up on Florida for now. It doesn't mean forever, but for now, it's pretty screwed, man.
Hatred and division. They make it personal. Ashley Moody can call it whatever she wants. She can call us whatever she wants. But in November, she will call me senator.
Oh! I don't know about that. I hope. Good luck. My concern with this woman is she joined DSA within the last few weeks. I kid you not. I listened to an article in the Washington Post that said she joined within weeks. And yet in every interview she's done since, she disagrees with some of the biggest things that DSA stands for. So my question, and I hope a reporter asked her this in one of the interviews we get to watch, why did you join DSA if you disagree with all these things? Like, is it just because they support Medicare for all? I mean, I'm kind of confused about why people are joining DSA at this point. I find it weird if you have to distance yourself from some of the biggest things they support. If you find yourself saying, no, I don't support that. No, I don't support that. No, I don't support that. It's like, well, why did you join this organization? I don't get it. It seems very opportunistic. It seems a bit slimy. It seems like you're just using this label that is also kind of, in my opinion, misleading people to get them involved and excited about something. I don't really understand what's going on with the whole DSA thing. Seems like a standard progressive black female candidate. Sure. I mean, she seems like a great progressive candidate. I don't know why you would associate yourself with the DSA garbage and take that on. The only thing I could think of is the obvious answer that, well, DSA has energized people right now who are excited, and the Democratic Party is boring, and this, they want to tap into that. But it's like, okay, but what if some other local group was like where the excitement was? Like, let's say the local Scientology institution, the local Scientology chapter was really exciting. A lot of young people showing up. They have great parties. Would you join the Scientologists just because that's where some action is? And you're like, no, I don't agree with them on their billion-year pledge. No, I don't agree that Thetans are here on Earth. No, I don't agree in this. It's like, well, what do you agree with? Well, they want Medicare for all. They believe in healthcare for everybody. It's like, what? They're fucking Scientologists, man. What do you mean? It's like, I don't believe in that stuff. I don't know. Is that really DSA though? Well, what does DSA stand for then, if not those things that these people keep saying I don't want anything to do with? What does DSA stand for?
She's bringing heat. I like her. But this is a state that voted for Rubio multiple times.
Yeah.
But I guess there's no risk really. Love it. Go Nixon.
Love it. Original Heirloom. Thanks for the $5 super chat.
Do we know she's not an Erie viewer beginning the infiltration?
Well, that would be based. That would be awesome. I mean, I'm starting to go a little crazy with these people joining DSA and not standing by what they believe in. They're just like, well, I'm in DSA and I believe in Medicare for all and things like strengthening unions. It's like, okay, that's a part of their platform, sure, but what about all this other stuff? No, I don't believe in any of that. Oh, okay. So you believe in like 1/10 of what the organization believes in? I don't understand. What are you joining for? I'm starting to feel like Destiny in that regard, where he's like, this is just, it's just insanity with what's going on with DSA. I mean, I don't get it. Individuals who are just getting people excited are more important to DSA. Okay. Why are people joining DSA then? Why would you become a card-carrying member of DSA? By the way, DSA did not endorse her. Bernie and AOC did not endorse her. She joined DSA weeks ago. I mean, is that just clearly not an opportunist? I don't understand. What, did she just get convinced in the last few weeks at the end of her campaign that DSA is worth joining, and yet she disagrees with 9/10 of their platform? I don't understand. Like, how can people not be curious about this or objecting to this in any way? Just take DSA out of it. If somebody joined a group in the final weeks of their campaign and then they weren't endorsed by that organization or the leaders of that organization, it's like, oh no, it's cool, it's chill. It's like, to me, that's just pure opportunist. That's funny. I mean, it's kind of funny to me. I don't know. I feel like people would have been critical of some move like that in the past, but for some reason, because it's DSA, it's chill. It's like, oh no, it's no big deal. Nah, no big deal at all. I feel like joining DSA is a pretty big deal. I don't think it's some game changer for your identity or anything, but like, that's a pretty bold move to join DSA. They have very few numbers. They have like 120,000 followers or something, or members. It's not like some giant movement or something. I don't know.
Despite Nixon's win, moderate and establishment Democrats won elsewhere in Florida. David Jolly, a former Republican, clinched the Democratic Party's nomination for governor. We will speak to him a little bit later on this hour. Congressman Jared Moskowitz beat DSA-backed candidate Oliver Larkin in the new...
Oh my God, what an ass whooping here. People were salty about this too. Jared Moskowitz had a great tweet at Hassan right after he won, saying, my condolences to Hassan the Hun. And Hassan's like, I'm just a Twitch streamer.
A red bird told her to run as DSA and its name was Karl Marx.
Hell yeah, that red bird is putting in work. Appreciate that little red bird. It's speaking to all of our winners. This is an ass whooping. 27%. I told you guys this guy was a fraud. And lo and behold, I saw an article today. I think it was Politico's DC playbook. And it said that Oliver now wants to be the national spokesman for DSA. He said, I would be honored to have that. I guess they're looking for some sort of voice of the party to go out there and speak. And he's like, I would love to do that. So here you go. Pisco and Soy Pill asked me, why would he do this? What's he doing? Why would he run a losing campaign in a district that he can't win? Why would he do that? To get national attention and build his brand? And they go, well, why? Why would he do this? He want to be a streamer? No, here you go. He has a chance to be national spokesman for DSA because of his bullshit LARPing campaign that never had a chance in a million years. Also wasted a lot of people's time and money. Hassan had helped raise like $70,000 for him along with a bunch of other people. Think about people donating $5, you know? A lot of you guys out there, no, let me say this differently. A lot of people do not give money to campaigns. And that means a lot to donate $5, $10, $20 to a political candidate. That's a lot. That may be their only donation for the year. And why would you mislead your audience? This is why I'm like so irritated by Hassan and his endorsement of this clown, because it's idiots like that know this guy had no chance in hell, but it gave Hassan a chance to scream about Israel and highlight this guy talking shit on Israel in a race he had no chance of winning. Hassan must have known that. If he didn't, then he's really, really brain dead. And yeah, Hassan donated $7,000 as well, probably for bragging rights. I mean, what were these people thinking? Like, I would never sign you guys up and get behind a candidate that I thought had no chance of winning, because you're just going to devastate people. You're going to break people's hearts. I mean, people will stretch themselves to get behind a cause if you're the influencer behind it and you say, hey guys, this is a cause I care about. This is a race I care about. We can win this. There was like 100,000 doors knocked. I heard other influencers going out to Florida, and this guy never had a chance, and he knew that. And he was running a campaign just to build his own name
Local
recognition.
mailman joins DSA for a few weeks to get a raise at work but disagrees with the platform. More news at 8.
Yeah, hey, I'm going to join DSA. Why not? I'm actually going to go join DSA, guys. I'm going to go join DSA. And then when people ask me why, I'll say I disagree with everything. And then they say, why'd you join? I go, because I support Medicare for all. That's all. That's it. I'm a DSA member. And I'll just talk my same shit representing DSA. I'm DSA now, guys. I told Destiny we should join our local chapters and take them over. That's how the Bolshevik party got started, unironically. Yeah. Looks like the alerts aren't doubling up, so that's good. So I'm kind of pissed when I see influencers waste their audience's time, money, and resources on impossible races that they damn well know they can't win. And Hassan did it, and those other influencers did it just to get clout and just to be involved in a race where Israel is the boogeyman. That's all they care about. Any race that has Israel as the boogeyman, that's all they give a shit about. They don't care, even if it's progressive values, like Francesca Hong, who almost won the governor's race in Wisconsin. They don't care because there was no Israel boogeyman in that one. But here you had Israel boogeyman because Jared Moskowitz, very Jewish, very pro-Israel guy, was involved. And Hassan, he loves getting involved in that, and all his little doormats that follow him around the waiting rooms, they all joined him and used their audiences to rail against this in a always gonna lose race, man. It's crazy. I would never do that to you guys. I want you to know that. I would never in a million years ask you guys to donate $1, spend 1 minute of your time texting or phone banking, or God forbid, ask you guys to go knock doors in a race that I did not think we could win. I would never do that to you. It's so disrespectful. It's so disgusting that people like Hassan do that. That is outrageous. He should apologize to Zion. And when he was talking about the results coming in last night, he's like, oh, look, we should be proud. Oliver Larkin wouldn't have gotten 36% 2 years ago. Oh, wow. Wow. Great thing to walk away from. I'm sure Oliver and Hassan will continue to try to change District 25 to vote for DSA in the future. They're going to give up on this right now. They'll never put a single lick of work into this district ever again. They'll move on. They're not going to try to get it up from 36. So that is such cope to me that he said that. You guys need to discuss on Live and Learn why Soy Pill was so pressed about Jared's silly tweet. I haven't seen what Soy Pill said about them. I mean, I saw one thing he said, but I don't know. Just one thing didn't seem like a big deal to me. But yeah, I don't know. I think Soy Pill is more supportive of these long shot DSA, more progressive candidates. I don't know why. I attribute it to being young, and I don't say that as a slight towards him. It's just part of when you're younger, you know, these sort of like big promise candidates appeal to you more, and you're less interested in just doing things slowly and just incrementally, right? These big promises, they kind of appeal to you, you know, and it's like everything is binary, everything's black and white. It's why can't we move the world? Why can't we change the world? We can do this. And it's like, all right. So I'm not mad at him. And I think Pisco has some of that in him too, where like they get a little caught up in these long shot races. Because Soy Pill also went out to not support, but just he was interested in Shoycott in Nancy Pelosi's district, and that failed.
And he voted for Obama.
Why were people, even libs, so quick to jump down Moskowitz's throat? It reminded me of when Rogan was raging about Biden's red eye meme after Chiefs won the Super Bowl.
Oh my God. That was great. That got like 100 million views or impressions. That was an awesome tweet by Biden. Probably his best tweet. Thank you, Bad Company, for the $10 super chat. Appreciate that. I don't know, man. I think a lot of content creators are audience captured, and I don't apply that to Soy Pill and Pisco, but I agree with you. A lot of these sort of ex-liberal content creators were quick to get mad at Moskowitz and like that Wajat guy say, become a Republican. I mean, just ridiculous things, man. Absolutely ridiculous things. I'm 33. I'm done with bullshit promises. Yeah. I think once you turn like 33, or not 33, once you turn like 35, you come back down to earth, you know, your hormones slow down, and you're just looking for people who can actually get shit done. You know, you've been ghosted so many times. You've dealt with so much bullshit. And just like, you know what? I need to see a plan. I need to see some, you know, I need to see some due diligence. Okay. I'm not just attaching and getting interested in the next person who promises me shit. You know, you get a little more skeptical, I guess. Soy Pill isn't blue no matter who. I think he is. Feels like DSA can be edgy, but God forbid someone a little less progressive be edgy. Yeah, Hassan was soy about it. Hassan was like, I'm just a streamer. Why are you thinking about me after you won your primary? Well, first of all, Jared Moskowitz won by 30 points. So it's not like he had to do anything. It's not like he was having some big party. He was probably sitting on the couch just enjoying a normal Tuesday night, having done very little work, knowing he had this from the get. And so why not talk some shit on a guy who was running his mouth about you and raising money for this ridiculous opponent who Oliver Larkin was talking shit too. So I don't blame Jared Moskowitz for shit talking Hassan. I think it's actually good because we've been asking for Democratic candidates to distance themselves from Hassan, and Jared Moskowitz showed how to do it in a cheeky way. Imagine if El Sayed did 1/10 of that, it would take some of the heat off him for his bromance with the guy who said America deserved 9/11. I think it's smart for Jared Moskowitz to show that not all Democrats support this lunatic and are very happy to publicly distance themselves from him. That's fantastic. Moskowitz is known to talk some shit. Oh, yeah. He loves getting out there. But yeah, what's with all the pearl clutching over Moskowitz tweeting at Hassan? Hassan acted like it's the first thing he did. It's the only thing he did. He had nothing else. He had that draft ready to go 1 minute after the race was called. The only thing he cared about. I mean, it's like, bro, you're not the main character. Relax, okay? I'm sure he was just scrolling through Twitter, relaxing on his couch after having put in very little work because he was easily going to sail to victory. And he was just talking shit. He was all in a bunch of replies talking shit. Don't think you're that special, homie, okay? He was just putting you on blast for the fun of it.
Psychot may be even more of a fraud than Larkin. He's betraying a lot of his former platform to support Connie.
Ooh. Well, Shoykot was some like mega rich guy, one of the first investors or founders of Stripe. And what's with all these like super rich people trying to run on ultra progressive socialist stuff, man? To me, it feels like a total scam.
Redrawn 25th district, and 11th term Congresswoman Debbie Wasserman Schultz beat a field of challengers in the 20th district. The other major surprise from
these are huge wins, guys. This is a big deal. Debbie Wasserman Schultz got drawn. The maps got redrawn in Florida with their dummy mandering by the Republicans trying to eke out a couple more seats. And she was one of those seats that got impacted by that. Same thing with Jared Moskowitz, by the way. His district was redrawn to make it harder for him. Now it's R+3. I don't know what it was before. But Debbie Wasserman decided to run in another district where it's a majority minority district. And people were mad. And this guy Manley, who came in third, was her most prominent challenger. And he was far left as far as I know. And he got his ass kicked. So I love how they're just glossing over this so quickly, like, up. So here it is, DWS getting 45% in a district she did not represent before. People must like her. But you'll never hear the leftists criticize this Manley guy, or you won't hear them criticize Oliver Larkin. What did he do wrong? Is it just Jared was so good, or did this guy actually do something wrong? Maybe I was right that running on Israel committed a genocide in one of the most Jewish districts in the nation, that's R+3, isn't the best idea. Maybe I was onto something when I was saying that, huh? Maybe if you lose by 27%, you should reflect on that, because there isn't enough AIPAC money in the world to make you lose by 30 points like that. But I haven't heard a single criticism of Larkin's campaign. Nothing. Not one peep about what he did wrong. Okay. Same thing with this Manley guy. Nothing. No, they just lose and move on as if them's the breaks. Oh, well, nothing we could have done better. We ran a perfect campaign. And we just got beat by outside factors, whether it's corporate media, AIPAC, Israel, Hakeem Jeffries' hands. I don't know. You name it. It's everyone else's fault but theirs. But you know what? In the end, if you don't do a postmortem and look in the mirror and learn from failure, you'll never grow. So sucks for them.
Beat a field of challengers in the 20th district. The other major surprise from last night came in Alaska's Senate primary, where the top 4 finishers will advance to the general election.
This is huge. Great news all around. Let's see what Kristen Welker says, and then I'll fill in the gaps here. But look at these results in Alaska. Amazing. This should really boost your spirits.
Right now, with roughly 80% of the vote in, Democrat Mary Peltola has more votes than incumbent Senator Dan Sullivan.
Wow. Now, you might say, okay, Dan Sullivan, he's going to get some more votes because, look, there's another Republican, Sullivan Jr., but that guy is playing spoiler, and people are saying that it worked, that people voted, because in Alaska, in their primary, they have a jungle primary where everybody's in it on the ticket together. Democrat, Republican, Independent. They're all together, and the top 4 advance. That's why they have 4 here on the screen. And then in the general in November, they do ranked choice voting, and you pick who you want first, second, third, and fourth. So look at this. There is no other Republican or Democrat stealing the votes here. If anything, the Sullivan votes are going to go to Mary Peltola when he gets eliminated. And she's winning up 48% to 43%. She basically beat Dan Sullivan tonight. If this continues in November, it's over. I read analysis said that if she's from within 45 to 50%, she's got a very good chance of winning. If she is 50%, it's over. Look how close she is to 50. And if you add Dan Sullivan Jr.'s votes to hers, she's out over 50%. This may already be over. Amazing. Great results for Mary Peltola last night.
And in third is the other Dan Sullivan, who Republicans have accused of trying to sabotage the race by confusing voters. Speaking in Anchorage last night, Peltola firmly focusing her attention on Senator Sullivan.
Dan Sullivan, every single vote, votes along with corporate greed. He is there for every fat cat in the nation, from health care to fuel to groceries to transportation to heat. This has to change. We've got to get working people, regular people in, worrying about regular people.
Joining me now is Chief Capitol Hill correspondent Ryan Nobles, national politics reporter Ben Camisar, and senior Homeland Security correspondent Julia Ainsley, who has new exclusive reporting on the Alaska Senate race. Julia, we're going to get to you in just a moment, but Ryan, I want to start things off with you. We have to talk about the Angie Nixon win, surprising everyone, pulling off this big victory against Alex Vindman. What do you make of it? What are the implications?
Again, if anyone thinks that I'm upset about Angie Nixon, they're crazy. I have no problem with her winning. In fact, it's probably for the best now because nobody's going to give money. No offense to her, but I think the odds of her fundraising well are low. But Vindman was a national star and he was raising a ton of money. So we were probably about to waste a ton of money and resources trying to win Florida when we're most likely not going to win it. So I'm fine with this. I support progressive policy as well. I love that she's talking about Medicare for all. I think we want everyone in the Democratic Party talking about universal and comprehensive coverage. I personally don't think that the current iteration of Medicare for All is the way to get there. I mean, talk about lowering the age of Medicare in 1 year to 55 even. And I think you overwhelm the system. I'm very concerned about that. And I think it's going to set back Medicare for All. I've heard no discussion from the people behind that bill about how you ramp up resources to deal with
Peltola
the
has a
people.
demonstrated strength in ranked choice voting. That's how she won her House seat in the same state.
Yep.
Confident for her. W. Mary P.
Love it. I've been telling people there's other races besides Tallarico to get excited about, and Alaska is one of them. Mary Peltola is awesome. Hell yeah. But anyways, I support progressive policy. I want to see us get Medicare for all eventually. I just think trying to get there in a couple years is crazy because you got to get all the stakeholders on board. You need the hospitals, you need the doctors, you need the unions, you need pharma, you need private equity, you need everybody. Everybody who's got a hand in the pot right now has to be on board. That's what Obama did to get the ACA. He got everybody involved. That's the only way to do it. Otherwise, you're going to go up against $1 trillion in ads to destroy billions of dollars in ads to change the public's mind and scare everybody about it, and it'll just get set back further. But I support progressive policy, so I don't have a problem with this woman at all. No problem with her at all. I'm just kind of weirded out by her joining DSA in the last couple of weeks and not supporting any of their platform. That makes me a bit apprehensive about her decision making. Like, what's up with that, man? Like, I don't know. I get it. I understand the idea behind it, but it's just kind of weird when people ask you, do you support all these major things that DSA supports? And you have to say no. And then I hope in some of the interviews that we watch, she'll be asked, why are you a member of DSA then, if you disagree with all those things? Because I'd love to hear that answer. I really would.
I think at first blush, it's a shocking development. No one saw this coming. I think it's easy to read into this idea that it's a sign that the progressive wing is taking over the Democratic Party. But when you look under the hood, you start to see some inconsistencies here in terms of what it means writ large for the progressive movement. If you look at every other race almost in Florida, the Democratic Socialist aligned candidates actually didn't do nearly as well.
Yeah, I think the story here isn't DSA doing well. It's the moderate doing poorly. Every article I've read just crapped on Vindman's campaign, saying that he was just running like he was in the general the whole time. He never acknowledged her. In fact, he dismissed her, saying he doesn't even have a challenger. And he didn't spend a lot of money. He was just too focused on the general. He wasn't connecting with people. And he also just moved to the state like 2 years ago, from what I read. And he just didn't have those local connections. She, on the other hand, has been an organizer for decades, from what I read. And she actually unseated an incumbent to get, I believe, into the Florida State House to start her career. I don't know when she did that, but she has the skills, and he just got outplayed, outworked, and he was, I guess hubris was involved. I mean, so I think that's the story with most of these DSA wins. I know that'll piss some people off to hear. And it's not like it's 100-0, the moderate's fault that the DSA person won. These are some skilled candidates on the DSA side that are doing unique things, and they deserve credit. But I really think the lion's share of the DSA wins across the board are due to poor moderate candidates who just don't run good campaigns and are not able to connect with the people. And also, it's kind of, there's an advantage for the DSA outsiders because people are frustrated with the Democrats. They believe the Democrats are not doing enough to fight Trump. Trump is really causing problems with the economy and people's lives. And the American people just understand that the Democrats are the opposition, and they believe the Democrats should be able to do something. And these DSA members are going out there, or these DSA candidates are going out there and telling people, we can do something. And if you get me in the office, we will. And these do-nothing Democrats are failing you, and this is not acceptable. And I think that's obviously resonating with people. So to me, it's just a moment in time. I think that's going to disappear when the 120th Congress gets sworn in on January 3rd, because Democrats will be doing something.
And he voted for Obama.
It's very telling of an org that Larkin could fail by 30 points and be in talks to be in a leading position.
Yes.
If that's a moderate, it becomes they just don't have the riz.
Yep.
Wow, save us from ourselves. People, we took power away from wow.
Yes, I agree, Bad Company. Like, why would you give this guy a promotion after losing by 30 points in his race, right? It just shows bad decision-making by DSA. Why would you do that? Why would you? Because he's under consideration, supposedly, to be the national spokesperson for DSA. So he loses his congressional race by 30 points, and you're going to reward him with being the spokesperson for DSA? That's not brilliant. I have no idea. I have no idea what Breadmaster is talking about there. Thank you for the money, though.
And he voted for Obama.
Yeah, I joined the NRA a few weeks ago.
Hell yeah.
No, I don't agree with gun owner rights. Why?
Exactly, Stace. Yeah, I joined the KKK a couple weeks ago. Are you a racist? No. Why? What do you mean? Do you hate black people or something? No, not at all. I love black people. Why'd you join the KKK? Well, they just have a great drinking club down the block and they're energized right now. That's it. I don't know. What do you mean? No, I disagree with all that stuff. Yeah, they start talking about, all this racist shit, and I just left. I was like, no, I'm not into this part. I'm out of here. But the beginning part, where they put on all the hoods and went out and burned crosses, was awesome. And it was really cool to see all the activity and all the energy. And, oh, by the way, they believe in Medicare for all. So even if you want to argue he has the right ideas nationally, but not for the district, that 30-point loss looks horrible. Yeah, like, in what world would you reward a guy who lost by 30 points with becoming your national spokesman? Like, oh my God, he did such a great job losing by 27 points. So we're gonna make him speak on behalf of all of us so we can have more people lose by 30 points.
Really the only candidate with that party moniker that won last night. And I think it maybe tells us more about the lackluster campaign that Alexander Vindman ran. Democrats down there have been complaining about.
There, you heard it right there from the Capitol Hill pros. It's the lackluster campaign. Again, I'm not saying this out of spite or to give Angie Nixon a hard time. I think she's a charismatic, energized person. I'm excited to see what she does. I'm sure she's got a long career ahead of her, and kudos to her for becoming a national figure out of nowhere. That's amazing. But I think her success has more to do with Vindman than anything she did.
About it for quite a while. I've been hearing rumblings about it for some time. He was spending most of his time outside of the state fundraising. He never took Nixon seriously, refused to debate her. He had a fundraiser planned for Nantucket next week before the primary results even came out. So listen, this is not to downplay the enthusiasm and the excitement of the progressive movement. It is legitimate. It is the reason that she won here last night. But trying to extrapolate that out into an indication that they're taking over the Democratic Party, we're not quite there yet.
Yeah, Ben, what?
Yeah, and again, she doesn't even agree with like some of the most controversial things from DSA, like no borders, abolishing ICE, defund the police. I don't know about abolish ICE, but I heard her say no to defund the police. So she doesn't even believe in some of like the most well-known things that DSA advocates for.
What do you make of her win and her prospects in the general election, given the fact that Florida's been increasingly a red state?
Yeah, I think part of it first is talking about her win, right? I think you can't overlook a challenger, right? You can't just take your eye off the ball to that way. You know, a lot of folks were talking about, oh, well, Florida's going to be competitive with a fundraiser like Alex Vindman. You're missing the first step here, right? And ultimately, we saw this in some of the other races. Folks who moved to Florida recently didn't do so hot, right? Florida voters, like voters in a lot of other states, they take that carpetbagger, language seriously, right? They want to see you earn it. And the question in front of voters was, did Vindman earn it? And I guess he didn't.
Well, and we talk about this all the time, candidate quality. And
do you see how we at the establishment, the moderates, the non-DSA people, you see how we reflect on our failures and what can we do better moving forward, right? Like we don't just start blaming outside forces and coming up with conspiracy theories and all sorts of, we have no problem looking in the mirror and going, yeah, Vindman shit the bed. And let's talk about why. He didn't campaign. He didn't debate her. He took her for granted. He just moved there like 2 years ago. These are all things to avoid in the future if you want to be successful. So I appreciate that about our side of the party, but you don't hear that from the DSA types, and the further progressives, the progressives either, which I find sad because I want to see progressive policy get implemented eventually. What will they learn if David Jolly wins the governorship and Angie Nixon loses the Senate? Nothing. They'll say Florida's cooked. Florida sucks. I hope it falls off the edge of the United States. Like they'll learn nothing at all. The fact that they're thinking about promoting this Oliver Larkin guy to be their spokesperson just tells you everything. Like that guy should be thrown out of the party. They should be furious at him. They should be screaming at that guy for wasting anyone's time and running a horrific campaign and using people's resources and taking their hard-earned money to support his never gonna win in a million years campaign. But you don't hear that at all from anybody. I always imagine that there's people out there who like skip a meal or they won't go to Starbucks. It sounds so stupid, but like, let's say you really enjoy going to Starbucks a couple times a week and you get yourself a treat. And there are probably people out there who donated to his campaign that said, you know what? I believe in this guy and I'm going to skip this or that because I want to send him $20. My budget's tight. I normally don't give people, but he sounds like he can bring change and he's really on this and I believe in this guy. And so they hurt themselves in a way and helped him. And he knew. It's like a scam artist, man. It really pisses me off. It's like scamming people. It really is. It's not that different. It's not that different than being a scam artist. I mean, I think there's very little difference. And that pisses me off. I don't like seeing people get ripped off. I don't like seeing people be taken advantage of. And for people like Hassan and his acolytes who are also streamers around him to get behind this clown and tell their audience to send him any money or resources, knowing that he's probably going to lose by a mile. It's just, they're all in on it, man. In some, evil way. It's really gross. I would never do that to you guys. I cannot emphasize this enough. I would never in a million years get involved in some campaign that I thought the candidate was going to lose and ask you guys to commit anything to that. I would be horrifically ashamed to do something like that.
That may have been one of the things that was under a microscope here. Ryan, nationally speaking, you have the results out of Alaska. Of course, Mary Peltola getting more votes than Dan Sullivan.
Like, I'll give you an example. Dan Goldman. I thought Dan Goldman had a good chance of losing. I thought he could win, but I saw the writing on the wall. And so I didn't fundraise for him. I didn't get you guys to get all involved because I did not think that there was a good chance of him winning, sadly. I wanted him to win. I really did. And, you know, I was willing to do myself things, but I never asked people to do anything for him because I do not want you guys to get behind something unless I think there's a good chance that we can come out on top.
How are Democrats feeling when they woke up this morning with these results?
This is the best case.
Who, have you fundraised before? We've never had a fundraiser for a candidate on the stream.
Scenario for Democrats. The results that they saw in Alaska could not have been better on a number of levels. I think a year ago at this time, we were talking about Alaska as a fringe reach for Democrats. I now would put it in their top tier of pickup opportunities. It almost is now becoming essential to their map, especially because Michigan is so much in play right now. And I think that Mary Peltola is showing a resilience here. She's showing a connection with the voters of Alaska. The fact that she came in first in an open primary is very significant. It doesn't necessarily translate to a general election. There will be a new poll of voters that are included here, but she's clearly connecting with these Alaska voters. She's made this a live ball, and Alaska's not an expensive state. Democrats can afford to devote resources here and make this a true contest in a state that they could possibly steal.
Well, Ben,
if there was a Senate election we should fundraise for, which one would you prioritize first? I would take one of these toss-up Senate races like Sherrod Brown, Mary Peltola, Iowa. That's probably my top three right there. Ohio, Alaska, Iowa. Those are the ones that Fox News showed that the Democrats were winning in. Then I would go to like Nebraska and encourage people to help Dan Osborne. Because I think James Tallarico, Roy Cooper, Troy Jackson are fine. I don't think they've got enough money and enough support. I want to see these lesser known candidates that are polling pretty well get more resources, and I think you would just get more bang for your buck. Literally more out of the dollar, every dollar you sent to Sherrod Brown, you're going to get more than somebody like Tallarico right now. And also you'll just feel more, it's more rewarding to make phone calls on behalf of somebody who's like in a jump ball like that. So that's what I would say. There's plenty of House races too that are toss-ups, like Kate Conley in New York's 17th congressional district versus Mike Lawler. That's a great race to get involved in. There's a couple of these frontline races that will determine control of the House. I just feel like if you get involved in those races, your dollar is going to go further, and even just making a few phone calls, it'll be much more rewarding. The problem for me is I can't get these people on my stream. If I was bigger, and I would bring these people on my stream to help fundraise.
And he voted for Obama.
Max goal for you first fundraiser. Recreated Pretty Fly for a white guy music video, but make it Pretty Fly for a dem guy, _imreallyimportant based.
That'd be a very budget recreation. I'll take the idea up with management. Thank you, Sisafino, for the $10.
Back up on that point, what would a Peltola win mean for Democrats as they try to take back the Senate, which arguably is a much steeper climb than trying to take back the House, which has its own challenges?
Yeah, so if you look at the Senate, the Democrats cannot win by just keeping their blue seats, right? They need to go on offense. And so being able to look and push into these states like Alaska, Iowa, I mean, you see the list right here. They need to put states on the board. So the more states that they can add to the bucket, it's the more paths they have forward. And that's helpful if they lose a seat that they have more places to go. Or if they think, like, you know, some folks are saying that maybe it's going to be harder to win Florida now. It was probably already going to be hard to win Florida. And if they decide that it's harder, then they have other places to go. It's all about trying to create as many opportunities and potential battleground seats, because we don't know what things are going to look like in a month or 2 months from now. And you want to have the right candidates there.
And Ben.
So there's the silver lining, that people will probably give up on Florida after this, thinking that a further left candidate can't win in statewide, because as was pointed out earlier, the progressive candidates did not do well in congressional races. It was just this statewide Senate race, and it mostly seems to be due to Vindman's campaign, not what Angie Nixon did. No, again, not taken away from her. I think she did well, but the lion's share of why she won probably has to do with Vindman failing. So the money and resources will go elsewhere now, which I think is for the best. Florida is not looking great this election cycle. It's not to say that that won't change in the future, but it's pretty cooked right now, unfortunately.
Just to follow up with you on your point about Florida, talk a little bit about how redistricting in Florida may have impacted what we saw last night and what we might see in November.
Yeah, I mean, what kind of happened there was a lot of focus on Texas redistricting. But I mean, what happened in Florida, there are now 4 seats that have been shifted into these seats that they believe that Trump would have won by at least 9 points, right? So there are a potential for 4 pickup opportunities for Republicans there. And, obviously, the results last night, we saw some folks, like Jared Moskowitz was one of those seats. Debbie Wasserman Schultz chose to run somewhere else in a safer blue seat, leaving him in that harder seat. Now Democrats have the candidate that they think will be strongest in that district, but it's still a really difficult slog for him and some other Democratic incumbents in these seats that they must hold.
Well, so they say Trump won the district by 9, which is true. I don't think Trump is anywhere near as popular now as November 2024. But Cook Political Report rates this new 25th congressional district in Florida as R+3 from what I saw. It's kind of hard to figure out, but I'm pretty sure they have it R+3. To me, that's winnable. Even R+9 would be winnable. I think anything under 10% is up for grabs in this cycle, because Democrats have shifted the electorate about 13 points to the left on average, based on the special election results from January last year till now. So we're winning. We've won the people over by double digits. And I think that the generic congressional ballot backs that up, and plus the polling for Trump and all that. But Biden had pretty low approval ratings when his midterms came around, and Democrats did pretty well. But that was a large part of Democrats doing well in the 2022 midterms had to do with poor candidate selection by the Republicans. Everybody from Herschel Walker to Mehmet Oz and Kari Lake. And that's why some people are saying, are we repeating what they did by nominating El Sayed? Because, all these polls that show Ossoff and Democrats doing well in red states also show El Sayed down 4 points on Mike Rogers, though a couple of polls have come out since then that show El Sayed up a couple of points on Rogers. So I don't know what to make of that situation right now. Dems even flipped an R+14 race yesterday. Yep. Yeah, there were some big wins last night too for taking Republican-controlled seats. I mean, the signs are still there, right? It's good to see that we're still winning. We're still doing well. The trend continues from January of last year through last night of Democrats doing well by double digits in some of these red areas that we haven't won in years. And that I think, is it R+14? I don't know. I think it's something like that. That Pennsylvania state house seat that Democrats flipped last night includes Butler, Pennsylvania, where Trump almost lost his life. So Trump's not going to have a rally in an area that's like a swing area because he wants to get a lot of people out there. So obviously it's quite red. So that's a pretty big deal. to flip a district where Trump had a rally in 2024. I mean, that tells you something. Poor candidates. Also, SCOTUS bailed us out on overturning Roe v. Wade. Yeah. So hopefully we're not making the same mistake with poor candidates. But we'll see what happens.
Ryan, let's talk about the other factor here last night, the Trump factor. Mixed results for President Trump as well.
Yeah, and I think it gets back to Ben's earlier point about candidate quality, right? Trump backed certain candidates that just weren't great candidates. And there have been many within the Republican establishment that have been begging him to abandon Corey Mills, who ended up losing last night because of all the problems that Corey Mills has. He is under Justice Department investigation. He's been subject to a House Ethics Committee investigation. There are countless accusations of sexual harassment, even sexual assault against him. But Trump stuck by him. He continued to give him his endorsement right up until the last minute.
Wow, this is shocking. 13-point defeat for Trump-endorsed Republican incumbent Corey Mills. This guy's a real piece of shit, man. He beat up his girlfriend in D.C., though he's married. Kind of a hard way for your wife to find out that you're cheating on her. And then he had her change her story, and she then claimed that he didn't lay hands on her, even though she's the one who called the police and had bruises on her arms, from what I recall. But a sign of weakness for Trump that his endorsed candidate loses. This wasn't the only one last night either. So I read an article that said Trump did pretty well in the spring with some of his endorsements. He took out John Cornyn. He took out Thomas Massie. He took out Bill Cassidy, right? His endorsements were able to primary and eliminate some of his ops. But he hasn't done well in this summer. Now he's starting to flounder. His pick for governor in a couple of places like Georgia, I think in Iowa, lost in their primaries. And now he's been racking up these congressional House members losing their campaigns as well. So something has changed between the spring and the summer when it comes to Trump's influence and how the people are feeling. Even his own Republican base is feeling about Trump and the Republican Party.
This despite the fact that there were two other Republican incumbents in the state of Florida that backed his opponent, Ryan Elijah. Now, Trump came out today, as we show you in this graphic, saying that he actually told Corey Mills not to run, and Corey Mills stayed in. I have a hard time believing that. To think a rank-and-file House member would turn down the president of the United States of his request, I don't know. It just seems to strain a bit of credulity. But regardless, Trump's now back behind this Ryan Elijah, former TV news anchor, who's the candidate there. Democrats still believe that this is a pickup opportunity. They felt they had a much better chance with Corey Mills running. Elijah is a good candidate. He knows the district well, has been on TV there for quite a while, but lacks a lot of experience and depth of understanding of many of these issues. So this is an area where Democrats might be playing defense in some of these seats that were redistricted. This is a seat they think they can reach and maybe steal as a result of everything that's taken place there.
So that's the bad news there. So this guy, Corey Mills, would have been better on the ballot versus the Democrat. But, you know, there's good and there's bad. So the good is Trump looks weak. It shows Republicans are in disorder. There's chaos. There, even worse in another district where Trump endorsed this woman for an empty seat, and she only got 1/5 of the vote. She got like 22% of the vote, meaning 4 out of 5 people who voted in the Republican primary in that district chose someone other than the Trump endorsed candidate. And I don't think there was any controversy about her at all. It's not like she beat up her lover. So this is good for us on the left to see that there's chaos and there's problems in the Republican Party, and that Trump's word is not getting people to do what he wants. It's not getting them motivated. So that definitely will lead to lower turnout for the Republicans. I mean, Trump is everything, right? He's the president. He's the leader of their party. And if they're souring on him just 80 days before the midterms, that's not a good sign for the Republicans. But Corey Mills would have been better to go against.
Ben, just very quickly, big picture here, one of the big potential challenges for these Republican candidates is the fact that the economy, still the #1 issue for voters. President Trump today defending it arguing the economy is doing well. But at the same time, gas prices are above $4 a gallon. This is as the Democrats battle for this intra-party debate over how far to the left they should go, this is really what Republicans are facing. I mean, are these the contours of what we're seeing as we head to November?
Yeah, no, I mean, I think I was describing this to someone else. It's a debate, but it's a push and pull between the terrain, which favors Republicans a little bit, and the national environment that favors Democrats. And so you get the economy piece. I mean, this has been one of my favorite talking points for a while, is what you're hearing from the White House and the Republicans and the president sounds a lot like what you heard from Joe Biden and the Democrats and the White House about that. Inflation is transitory. Don't worry about how that feels for you. This is actually good because look at these economic metrics over here. Oh, the Americans will stomach the rising gas prices because they understand the war that we're fighting is a war for good. It's the same point, and it didn't work for the President Joe Biden. And this was a president, I keep going back to your interview with him in 2024. He won on the immigration and he won on the economy. And that economy is so important. And that's going to be what he's going to be judged against.
Yeah. Trump is doing the mistake that Biden made, telling people the economy's great when people are mad and they don't feel it. People they saw their wage growth below inflation for a 2-year period under Biden. And it really hurt people. And even when things recovered, Biden was telling them how great it is now that things are better and pointing to the facts and getting inflation down from that high, and unemployment was low, and the GDP was doing well, stock market setting records, and people were like, that's nice. I'm still miserable, so screw you, man. But yeah, I mean, the economy did do well under Biden. There was a high inflationary period, but the whole world dealt with that. But that didn't mean anything to Americans, right? Like, I've argued that point so many times that the whole world dealt with high inflation. So was Biden responsible for the whole world? And some people actually try to make the case that he was, but it's just, if you're in charge, when bad things happen, you get blamed. And bad things are happening now. So Trump is not going to be able to talk his way out of this one.
This point quick about the terrain.
Yeah, please.
There's only so much of this tweaking you could do with these congressional districts. Ultimately, voters have to vote.
Yeah.
And if the voters aren't on your side, it doesn't matter how much you gerrymander these districts. They ultimately have the final say.
It's a great point. Thank you both for starting us off. Great reporting and conversation. Really appreciate it. Julia, let me turn to you now. Let's go back to Alaska, where you have two Dan Sullivans. You have Senator Dan Sullivan and then another gentleman running named Dan Sullivan. You have exclusive reporting about the federal investigation into the second Dan Sullivan. What can you tell us?
That's right, Kristen. I think it was on your show. We first broke the news in early July that there is a federal investigation into whether or not the campaign launched by this dark horse candidate, Dan J. Sullivan, was actually a conspiracy to siphon votes away from the incumbent, Dan S. Sullivan, who's held that seat in the Senate from Alaska for 15 years. And now we can report that that investigation has gotten even further. This was even before yesterday's primary. We heard this late last week, and we were able to report it this week, that they've convened a grand jury, the prosecutors in this case have, and that grand jury has issued subpoenas to compel witnesses to provide more information so that they can get to the bottom of this. We should say that.
What is the crime? I have to read up on this. What is the crime? Can I not run for office to take away votes from someone else and try to trick people? How is that illegal? I don't get it. It sounds terrible. Like, that should not be allowed, that you can run to try to hurt someone else. But is that not just something we accept? I mean, how can you stop that? You don't know what's in the mind of somebody or why they're doing it. Even if they say out loud, I'm doing this because I want to trick people to vote for me instead of the other Dan Sullivan. Who cares? That's your right to do that. I don't understand. Like, yeah, what is the conspiracy? What is the charge? So this is just a grand jury that's been created and issuing subpoenas. It's not like it's in, charges or anything. Even charges are a joke from this DOJ. They get dismissed, or they're like going after James Comey for taking a photo and posting it on Instagram, right? But it's still outrageous that they're even investigating this. Who cares? Can't be the first time someone's tried to do this. Of course not. This probably happens all the time, that people put themselves on the ballot to take away from other people. And this guy happens to have the same name as the sitting senator, and so he probably thought it would be cute to try to take away votes from him by tricking people. Yeah, it's kind of messed up. Like, oh well, you shouldn't take advantage of people, but I mean that's what happens when you have a free system. You know, people are allowed to do that, and I was disgusted when they actually kicked him off the ballot. A judge backed the Republicans at first. Thankfully, that was reversed, but I was disgusted when a judge sided with the Republicans to remove him from the ballot. Why? For what reason? Because he has the same name as someone else? That's so messed up. Is that not illegal? Yes, if your name is Sullivan, you have the legal right to use your name in an election. But if they can prove you conspired to screw someone else, I don't think that should be illegal. I mean, you are running. Like, you can go out there and say whatever. I could run for office saying, I want to run so I can change the law so nobody has to wear pants. Everybody can Donald Duck it out there. That's it. That's who I am. It's like, dude, you can run for any reason you want. I don't understand why you could be stopped for running for office just because your entire campaign is to hurt another candidate. Like, who cares? You're not going to get anywhere. Even if I change, I should be able to go legally change my name to match someone I don't like that's coming up for re-election, and then run and tell people I'm just running so that people accidentally vote for me. Now, you could say I'm a scumbag and I'm abusing our democracy and that's not right, but I wouldn't. I find it tough to say what law that person would be breaking if they did that. Apparently, they're investigating him under the KKK Act. I mean, I don't know what let's see what they're investigating him for, actually. Well, let's listen to the rest of this piece. Maybe she'll say.
It does not mean that his campaign is a conspiracy. The convening of a grand jury merely means just that. And even a grand jury's power is to indict. That would bring charges, and then prosecutors would have to go before a jury and use that indictment and show why they think that this was a conspiracy. Remember, Republicans have been pointing to Dan J. Sullivan and arguing this was a conspiracy launched by Democrats to try to help Mary Peltola, the Democratic candidate you were just speaking about. This is a very closely watched race in Alaska, as those margins in the Senate are looking so close. And so Republicans had looked at a few things to show that they thought this campaign might be a sham. They said that this is a man who just registered as a Republican the same day he registered to vote. They looked at the metadata of the filing paperwork and said there was actually a Democrat consultant who helped him file. And they looked at the initial that he used when he first filed as Dan S. Sullivan, which is actually the middle initial of the incumbent, not his own initial, which is a J. And so that was later changed.
Sounds like a mistake. So what? Now, if he falsified something, then sure, nail him to the wall. But none of this stuff sounds disqualifying. So what? You registered as a Republican the day you registered to run. So what if you did it and consulted with a Democratic operative? So what? These are the kind of things that should be exposed so that people can make a fair decision. But saying that he broke the law is ridiculous. How many Republicans are conspiring with random Democrats to take away from the Democrats? I have a feeling there's a lot of Republican involvement in this DSA group. I'll tell you that right now. I don't think it's blatant. I don't think like Republican consultants are openly talking to DSA, but I'm sure they're pouring money into their PACs and their super PACs and into candidates in surreptitious ways. You know, who knows? That's the game, man. Is what it is.
To a J, but they looked at all of that to try to point and say this is a sham campaign. But Dan J. Sullivan has said he never voted for Trump before, but that he is a Republican and he is launching a legitimate campaign. The question now is whether or not that will actually lead to a prosecution and whether or not his name will actually be on the ballot, because Alaska has a strange voting system where the top 4 vote getters from yesterday's primary will end up on the November ballot. We know that incumbent Dan Sullivan will be on it, as well as the Democratic frontrunner Mary Peltola. And the jury's still out on whether or not Dan J. Sullivan, that challenger, will be on there.
Why wouldn't he be? He came in 3rd place. He only had to get like 2,300 votes to advance to the general. It's really impressive. Barely anybody. I would love to see interviews with people that voted for Dan J. Sullivan, the challenger. Let me see something. Alaska results. I want to see how many votes he got. Boy, where is it? Let's see. So Dan J. Sullivan got 3,200 votes compared to the other Dan Sullivan who got 56,500. So 3,200 votes, 2.4% of the vote, he was able to advance. I think that's smart. Is it shitty? Yeah, absolutely. But I think we need to expose these dirty tricks to piss enough Republicans off so they join us in cleaning up our democracy. Like, I don't approve of this in the sense that, yeah, I support people trolling and running to spite other candidates and screw and trick Americans. Of course not. But I love exposing weak points in our democracy and then doing something about it. So kudos to this guy for showing a weakness in our electoral system, right? I mean, I give him props. Very clever what he did. Now let me look up, what are they investigating him for? What is the DOJ investigating Dan J. Sullivan for? I'm curious. NBC News report raises some serious First Amendment concerns for potentially prosecuting someone for having dishonest motives in running for office. The federal investigation related to the dueling Republican Senate candidates in Alaska with the same name has entered a new phase. A grand jury last week issued subpoenas to compel information from witnesses linked to the campaign of Dan J. Sullivan. The former school teacher who recently registered as a Republican is under investigation for potentially being part of a conspiracy to confuse voters and steal votes away from the incumbent. The federal investigation is looking for possible wire fraud or a conspiracy to deprive Alaska voters of a free and fair elections process, which could be a civil rights violation. Oh, okay. Good luck. So this administration is going to charge someone with violating people's civil rights. Okay. I'll believe that when I see it. They live for violating civil rights. As I understand it, the core complaint here is Dan J. Sullivan ran for office hoping to confuse voters into voting for him for U.S. Senate and thereby helping the Democratic Senate candidate Mary Peltola win in Alaska's top 4 primary over Republican incumbent Dan S. Sullivan. Now, we cannot be sure what Jay's motivations are. Let's see. I'm just reading an article, a blog, but let's assume he's running to help Peltola. If Jay ultimately is charged with violating the Ku Klux Klan Act, which punishes a conspiracy to injure, oppress, threaten, or intimidate any person in any state in the free exercise or enjoyment of any right or privilege secured to him by the Constitution or laws of the United States, I think Jay would have a very strong First Amendment defense and likely for the wire fraud claims too, but I don't know enough about what the basis for those charges might be. There have been cases involving lying to people about the mechanics of elections, when, where, or how people vote, most recently and famously in the Douglas Mackey-Ricky Vaughn case. Mackey was convicted of violating Section 241 by tricking voters on Twitter into voting by text, not a thing, for Hillary Clinton in the 2016 election. I filed an amicus brief arguing that such a prosecution is consistent with the First Amendment, and my friend and colleague, Eugene Volokh, filed on the other side, pointing especially to the vagueness of the statute. But this is not a case about tricking someone about the mechanics of the election not to vote, nor is it a case of impersonation. Jay is really named Daniel Sullivan. It is not even a case about Jay telling a campaign lie. Volokh says the First Amendment should prevent the state from criminalizing such lies. On balance, it seems to me that the traditional approach of candidates pointing out their rivals' lies, often supplemented by the media chiming in, is the least bad or of a bad set of options. I don't understand that. This is a case about someone running for office with impure motives who's lucky enough to have a name that could confuse some voters. The solution to this problem is a counter speech, as in, don't vote for Jay, vote for the real senator. Yeah, I don't get it. I think you could charge Trump with running a dishonest campaign if that's the case, because he had no intention of improving our lives. He just wanted to enrich himself and get back at his enemies and have power. That's it. I think he lied his ass off on the campaign trail about his motives. So if you want to charge Dan J. Sullivan for deceiving voters, then I got a hell of a case against Donald Trump. But I like this blog that I just read because the KKK Act involves deceiving voters, right? You're telling them you can vote by email, or, hey, show up to the polling place on Wednesday, November 4th, not Tuesday, November 3rd, right? That kind of shit, you can cause problems. You're purposefully misleading people, and you could take away their rights by tricking them. This guy's not tricking anybody. He's got the same name as the incumbent Republican senator, and he's chose to run for Senate. What's wrong with that?
Well, there are a lot of reasons why this race is fascinating, and you just laid out a number of reasons why we continue to watch it so closely. Julia Inslee, thank you. Please continue to keep us updated on the status of that investigation. We really...
Higher Eyes now become Dan J. Sullivan's biggest campaign. I actually, if I thought helping him in any way would be beneficial for Mary Peltola, I would. But I think the less people know about him, the better his scheme works. You know what I mean? Like, the less attention we bring to Daniel J. Sullivan, the better.
Appreciate it. And you can read Julia's story and dive deeper with access to exclusive NBC News articles and more subscriber-only content by scanning the QR code on your screen and subscribing now. And coming up, we're diving deeper into last night's primaries. I'll go one-on-one with David Jolly, the former Republican who won the Democratic primary for governor, as he gears up for a general election fight with Republican Congressman Byron Donalds. Plus, renewed trade turmoil as President Trump pulls the plug.
Trump tacoing out. He gave Canada 3 more days, and now he says that we're very close to a deal. What a clown. So let's hear from this David Jolly guy who won the Democratic Party's nomination to be governor. He's a former Republican. I don't know anything about him except I've seen him on MS Now, I believe, a bunch. Very good on TV, so maybe that'll help, but I'll be shocked if a Democrat can win in statewide in Florida this election cycle. But let's see what he says.
Last night, elections set the table for some key races to watch this November, including in Florida, where Congressman Byron Donalds will go up against former Congressman David Jolly in the state's gubernatorial race. The two already taking aim at each other in their victory speeches last night. Listen.
David Jolly is a career political insider, a Washington lobbyist casting checks for special interests, and an MSNBC commentator who was part of the very revolving door he claims he'd clean up.
Ooh.
David Jolly represents everything that folks hate about Washington, D.C. Liberal David Jolly is the change that Florida cannot afford.
You see, Byron Donalds has sold the governor's mansion to the highest bidder. And the special interests across the state have been happy to play ball, folks. Let me tell you something. Byron Donalds might be for sale, but Gwen Graham and David Jolly never are.
And joining me now is the Democratic nominee for governor in Florida, former Congressman David Jolly. Thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate it.
Good to be with you. Thank you, Kristen.
Well, congratulations on your primary win. Let's talk about the stakes. Florida, as you know, has not had a Democratic governor since 1999. Democrats lost the last gubernatorial race by nearly 20 points. Why do you think you can flip this seat, and what do you have to do to accomplish that?
Because 2026 isn't 2022. In 2022, voters wanted to continue on the current direction, but in 26, voters are screaming for change. Look, people are worried about the economy that's gripping them so hard that they're not sure about whether they can stay in their house, afford their rent, get health care, or where to educate their kids. And you see in 26 voters asking for change. It's a very different environment, to be honest, that has presented the opportunity
Byron Donalds, not a prop.
Not a prop.
A candidate like myself to run on the basics: housing, healthcare, and education. The economy should work. The free market capitalism is a good thing, but government's got to step in and help out in some critical areas that should stay out of your life, stay out of your bedroom. Old school Republican libertarianism. Look, voters are telling us they want change. And so in Florida, Kristen, this is a unique year. Our congressionals have swung by 15 points. The city of Miami elected a Democratic mayor for the first time in 30 years. It was 19 points. Mar-a-Lago elected a Democratic state representative. Sarasota's red wall fell last night. Voters want change. Byron Donalds is promising more of the same, and we're the candidate of change.
Well, you know, you talk about the broader environment. If you look at the numbers, more
Even Hassan
Republicans
is supporting
turned out.
mainstream Dems now? No way Dems can lose.
Who is Hassan supporting? That's a mainstream Dem. Thank you, Kez. Appreciate the resub on Twitch. I think we solved the double alerts problem, guys. Mystery solved. ChatGPT and I were on the case.
For the Republican primary, then Democrats turned out for the Democratic primary. You see the numbers right here. It's a big gap, Congressman.
Sure.
How do you close that enthusiasm gap between now and November? And presumably you've got to win over some independents as well.
Great question here. So, as you can see on the screen, 1.7 million people came out for the Republican primary and 1.25 for the Democrats. Quite a difference there. How do you get more people out? I would say we didn't really have any exciting statewide races, right? Like the Senate race was a sleeper race because Vindman was doing nothing, just prepping for the general. And then this woman came out of nowhere to win. And I don't think David Jolly had any real serious competition either. So I don't know. I guess that would be my argument. We'll see what he says.
Yeah, you had a much more competitive environment on the Republican side last night. Byron Donalds had spent $55 million. He was endorsed by the president, and still more Republicans voted against him than voted for him. You had three other candidates with significant followings. We had been able to unify our Democratic primary, so I think that impacted turnout. But here's the most important thing. Translate that to the general election. That's fine. In all of the elections I just mentioned, the night that Mar-a-Lago, Republican Mar-a-Lago elected a Democratic state representative. And in Hillsborough County that same night, a Republican community elected a Democratic state representative. Kristen, more Republicans voted than Democrats in those races. And so I think we're in an environment where people understand you don't have to be a Democrat to vote for a Democrat. That's not every environment we have. I'm leading with democratic values. The economy should work. Government can do its part. Everyone's rights should be protected. But in a moment where people are looking for change, independents and Republicans are saying, look, if you'll focus on the basics, housing, healthcare, education, return to local control, keep government lean and efficient and out of my life, that's what I'm talking about. Byron Donald is doing this crazy talk about radicalism and launching the culture wars and spending money to try to divide us. We're also a nation that's broken, and we're looking for something better in our politics. It's not Byron.
Well, let me ask you about Byron Donalds. You heard what he said about you in the introduction. He's also called you a Trojan horse for the far left. Are you? How do you respond to that?
I don't think David Jolly is the far left. That's interesting.
Byron Donalds calls me radical. I'm not even cool, Kristen. I'm a former Republican. I was an independent. I reject socialism. I reject the DSA. I'm a capitalist that believes capitalism creates the greatest amount of economic opportunity. I also know since World War II, both Republicans and Democrats have realized there are some things the private sector won't solve for us. Homeowners insurance reform in a natural disaster state. I think we need a state catastrophic fund. The delivery of primary health care to families that can't afford it. A celebration of public education, investments in clean air and clean water. Look, I'm a Bush 41 Republican who left the party, became an independent. Today I'm a proud Florida Democrat, not a reluctant one. But Byron Donalds is using all of this scare tactics because they don't have an answer in Trump's economy to improve people's personal lives. So he launches the culture wars. He uses the scare tactics. Interestingly, Kristen, last night in his acceptance speech, he mentioned me 5 or 6 times, Mandami a couple times. Not once did he mention President Trump. He is Donald Trump's guy. It's his president. I've encouraged Byron. Campaign with Donald Trump in Florida. Defend the current economy in the state of Florida. He's already a Republican running away from his Republican president right now.
I like that. Why don't you campaign with Trump, huh? Ask him why he's not campaigning with Trump. I think he should lean into the things Floridians are concerned about, like the high price of home insurance. That's big. That's causing a lot of grief for people, right? So I would stick to talking about Florida specific high cost of living things like home insurance. I think that's what's going to get you Republicans to cross party lines and vote for you. Like, this guy's talking about the things that I'm dealing with on a daily basis.
Follow up with you on that point. You just said you reject the DSA. Angie Nixon is a member of the Democratic Socialists of America. Is the Democratic tent big enough for both you and Angie Nixon? Do you welcome Democratic Socialists?
Let's see if he takes this question head on. I think it's a good question. You're at the top of the ticket. With you is going to be someone who is a Democratic Socialist, though they just joined weeks ago. How are you guys going to work that out? You're rejecting Democratic Socialism.
I do not support Democratic Socialists. I reject Democratic Socialists. I reject socialism. I'm a capitalist. Here's what I can tell you about Angie Nixon.
But is there room in the Democratic Party for both of you? Is there room in the Democratic Party for both of you?
I don't think Democratic Socialists represent democratic values, but I'm not running to referee the Democratic Party conversation. I'm running to be governor of the state of Florida. But I want to give credit to Angie Nixon on something. I've run a Lawton Childs campaign. I've been all around the state of Florida, 300 town halls, red, blue, purple. You know who else has been in there? Angie. She hasn't been running a DSA campaign. She's been running a campaign that is in the community saying, I want to help improve your life, improve your economic opportunities with housing, healthcare, and education. She's a warrior who's been leaving it all on the field. And so last night, voters said, we want that warrior. Look, Angie and I have been in touch today. I've been out of politics long enough to tell the truth, Kristen, and I'm going to be honest with you. Angie Nixon and I are going to disagree on a whole lot in this race. We are. But I know she's a warrior fighting to improve people's lives when it comes to housing, healthcare, and education, just as I am. Give us a few days to meet, to have conversations. They're very different races, right? She's running for Senate. I'm running for governor. Very different jurisdictions. Yeah. But I do think on the basics, we can be united. Improving people's lives by improving their economy. I'm certainly willing to draw that contrast to Byron Donalds or Ashley Moody this cycle.
Do you?
Well, I'm kind of interested to see how they bridge this divide, because being able to run together would be fantastic. That'll be interesting to see how he finds a way to embrace her campaign and separate himself from DSA. This man is a pro. Well, this is about as good as it gets for going on TV, because this guy is an MS Now analyst. Like I recall seeing him on segments all the time. So he's quite polished when it comes to these TV appearances. So, and I think that's pretty important in today's day and age. I think he can say something like, look, we both share the same goal of making sure people can afford their housing, that nobody falls through the cracks, that people aren't struggling to pay their bills. We may have some different ideas how to get there, and I think my ideas are much more popular, but I like her energy. I like the fight. I think she's reaching out to people who have felt left behind, and I can work with anybody, whether you're a Republican, MAGA, DSA, I don't care who you are. If you're occupying a seat and I need your help and your vote, I'm working with you because I care about my people, and doesn't matter what labels you have. Something like that probably goes over well, and he doesn't have to own any of her positions. In fact, she's rejecting the most extreme positions of DSA already. I'm excited to watch a couple interviews with her and see how she explains her association with DSA.
You plan to campaign with Angie Nixon?
Let's see how the next several months unfold. I will tell you this. I really mean this. I am committed to unity.
That's not a yes, Congressman?
Listen, we have already campaigned together. No,
but now that we're in the general, hold on. Now that we're in the general election, do you plan to campaign with Angie Nixon?
I imagine she and I will certainly be at campaign events together. I'm the Democratic nominee for governor. She's the Democratic nominee for Senate. But I want to be very clear about this. There are areas where we're going to agree. There are areas where we are really going to disagree. Most of those areas might be on foreign policy, where her views on Israel are very different than mine. And that's a different constituency that we each will attract or not. That's fine. The important thing is that we're honest with voters. Because you know what? Byron Donalds isn't honest with voters. The leading, most successful socialist in the country right now is Donald Trump, who has taken the federal government into financial positions with Intel, Nvidia, Nippon, and all these other companies. I'm at least willing to call out socialism on the left and the right. Byron Donalds doesn't have courage to do that. He's talking about socialism in the Democratic Party, and he's ignoring it in the Republican Party. This is also a test of honesty in our politics. I'm willing to lay it all on the field and be honest. When I disagree with Angie, I'll speak of it. When I disagree with Byron or Donald Trump, I'm going to speak of it. It is Byron Donalds who is too cowardly to actually recognize that Trump's economy is crippling Florida, that he's promoting socialism as president of the United States, that culture wars are dividing us and breaking us as a people. I'm willing to take this fight. I'll do it alongside Angie Nixon. I'm going to take it right to Byron Donalds.
So, and I hear you saying you agree on some things, you disagree on other things. Will you support her? Will you, in fact, vote for her on Election Day?
I imagine Angie and I will be supporting each other on Election Day. This all happened in the last 24 hours. Angie, I'm keeping it real Kristen, I'm keeping it real honest here. Angie and I have been in touch today. Give us a few days to meet to see exactly where we are on some issues. I need some explanations from her. I'm sure she needs some explanations from me. I'm a former Republican who's been a Democrat for about 14 months. I think it's okay to be honest that sometimes there are these family conversations to be had. What I will tell you is the Democratic Party is united on 3 basic values. The economy should work for everyone. Government can do a little bit to improve our lives, and everyone's rights should be protected. Those are not the values of Byron Donalds and Donald Trump and Ashley Moody. They're fighting for the economy to work for some, but not everybody else. They're trying to crush government's investments in housing, healthcare, and education, and they launch culture wars to divide us. Look, we can be honest that sometimes politics is messy. That's okay. I think voters want honesty. Where Angie and I disagree, we'll disagree, but I'll tell you who I disagree more with, Byron Donalds. I think he's wrong for Florida every single day of the year.
Good answers, man. I love that he's not running away from being a former Republican, right? I'm a former Republican. I think that's to his advantage in Florida right now. Like, hey, I'm one of you guys. I just think the party's gone crazy, and now I support the Democrats who are just trying to make your life better. It's kind of a good argument when you're trying to appeal to a state that has more registered Republicans than Democrats. And I think Democrats are not going to look at this guy as some sort of opportunist who just became a Democrat. First of all, he became an independent first for years. Let me see. Let me look up when he became an independent. When did David Jolly become an independent? Survey says September 2018. U.S. Rep. David Jolly left the Republican Party to register as an independent. So he was no longer in Congress. He left in 2017. And so he left the GOP in September 2018, and he remained an independent through 2022. It is said he associated with the Forward
This
movement.
guy is freaking A+ on media. Holy shit.
Right? He did a great job here. Associated with the Forward movement from 2022 until 2025. That's kind of cringe, but I can think of worse things to be associated with. Then registers a Democrat in 2025 ahead of his gubernatorial run. So he hasn't been a Republican since September 2018, basically 8 years. And he was an independent for the last 8 years, essentially. That's not an opportunist to me. That's somebody who's had a long journey leaving the Republican Party, you know?
All right. Former Congressman David Jolly, thank you so very much for joining us. Hope you'll come back and join us between now and Election Day. Really appreciate it. Thank you.
Have you read the Washington Post article about Schumer saying the Dems didn't need Michigan to flip Senate control? I don't know if I read a Washington Post article, but I heard him say that, and I agree. Look at the Fox News poll that came out last week. It had 5 flips and losing Michigan. So that is a path to victory, and he's right. Look at Mary Peltola's race. That wasn't even included in those 5 flips. So I think we have a lot of flip opportunities here. We can afford to lose Michigan. It makes it harder, don't get me wrong, but he's 100% right that there are multiple paths to controlling the Senate. And we can do it, definitely do it without Michigan. I hate to see it, and I'd like to hold on to Michigan, of course, but we can't force anything, you know? Okay, so this, I'm going to use the restroom, but when I get back, we'll take a look at this Angie Nixon woman. She, as far as I know, the first interview she did last night was on CNN, and I believe she was trash talking Hakeem and Chuck Schumer. People were kind of bothered by it.
Floridian here. David Jolly is definitely pulling from the Charlie Crist playbook.
Well, Charlie Crist lost by like 20 points in 2022, I think. So hopefully he's not copying his exact playbook, but hey, maybe it'll work now. I'll be right back.
So even though the average might be 16 years up to this point, the overt goal of stacking the court the way it was, McConnell denying, Garland a hearing and all of that, was to put justices that will be there for multiple decades. And so I would definitely do ethics. I would do term limits as a person that's responsible for taking care of two 80-year-olds. No 80-year-old should be on the Supreme Court. No, I would even cut it off at probably at least 75. They're old enough to draw Social Security. They need to go home. And that's just because you can't. They're not special people. They're made of flesh and blood, just like the rest of us. And everybody else slows down at 80. But Supreme Court justices, for whatever reason, are deemed to be superhuman and can just, I guess, live forever or whatever, and are considered to be high functioning. But I'd make it so that they cycle off at a regular cadence, and it's not all this drama around filling a Supreme Court seat. It would just be normal. And ethics, and I think you would have a better court.
Jake, we'll take your point from Alabama. You mentioned those ProPublica stories. It was back in 2023, about this time of year, a series of August stories looking into financial issues at the Supreme Court. This was one of them by the investigative journalism group ProPublica. Clarence Thomas's 38 vacations, the other billionaires who have treated the Supreme Court justice to luxury travel. Just one of those stories that got a lot of attention. Again, that was 3 years ago this month that series of stories came out. Dan in New York is next, independent. Dan, go ahead.
Let me just take a deep breath here, because the Democratic Socialist Party that is in power now apparently would destroy the Supreme Court with any elections that they win. And as far as the Supreme Court personnel, yeah, there should be term limits of some type. But at the same time, we've got a Supreme Court justice that can't define what a woman is. She should have never been on the court to begin.
Got him. What is a woman? All right, let's see what this lady says.
The progressive wing of the Democratic Party is showing it's still got momentum, pulling off a surprise primary win in Florida. Democratic Socialist Angie Nixon upset establishment favorite Alex Vindman in the state's Democratic Senate primary. Vindman was a key witness during President Trump's first impeachment and raised, get this, more than 16 times as much money as Nixon. State Rep Angie Nixon joins me now. Representative, welcome back to the show. Congratulations on your win. Your opponent, as I mentioned, had more money, had the backing of the Democratic establishment. What message do you think your win now sends?
Well, for sure. Thank you for having me. And I want to be clear. We knew that we were going to win. Our campaign knew that we were going to win because we put in the work and because we went out and we centered people and the issues that concerned them and that they cared about. The fact was that folks are upset because Donald Trump and unelected Ashley Moody only care more about ensuring that their campaign donors and corporations are getting richer and richer. And meanwhile, everyday people are working harder than ever and still struggling just to stay afloat. And so we were able to resonate with people also because I have a proven track record of standing up and being a fighter. And again, as I stated earlier with you today, it's not about people's labels for me. Yeah. I'm a single mom. I was a single mom for 12 years. I'm a mother now. I'm an organizer. I'm a community organizer. But More importantly, it's about the needs of the people. And what people need is they need housing, right? They need universal health care. They want universal child care to help lower their costs so that they can just be able to live without struggling or anything like that.
You know, we did talk just last night, actually, anticipation of this moment. And you say that you reject labels. Republicans, though, they already want to paint one right on you. They are leaning into attacking you for being a Democratic socialist. Republican Senator Ashley Moody said this.
Oh, no.
Angie Nixon, who will be my opponent in November, and her comrades want to destroy this country and everything that it is built on. I am not exaggerating. I believe that America is the greatest country on earth.
You can just feel the authenticity, the passion, the emotion in her voice. Wow. Incredible. She's on the verge of tears.
And in the face of anti-American rhetoric, folks that want to destabilize this country, I think we all need to stand on that line.
Wow. Anti-American, destabilizing, destroying the country. What's your plan to combat that messaging?
Well, first of all, I look forward to Ashley Moody calling me senator in November. And secondly, Ashley Moody actually used 10 million of our dollars that were supposed to go towards the most medically needy kids in our state to divert that funding and to defeat ballot initiatives that the citizens placed on the ballot. And so Ashley Moody doesn't care about anything but herself. We continue to see her net worth increase. Meanwhile, Floridians across our state, their net worth is going down. They have absolutely nothing in their savings account. She won't even hold town hall meetings unless they're Republicans. I am someone who's willing to go out and talk to everyone, even if they don't believe how I believe ideologically, because I want to represent all Floridians here in the state of Florida. Many people who have called and reached out to Ashley Moody's office for help, you know who they call? Because she doesn't return their call. They call me. They email me, and we help connect them to the resources that they need. And so I'm not running away from the people, I'm running to them. And I look forward to becoming their next United States Senator come November.
Well, I mean, I like her energy. I like her communication style. I dig it. She's a fighter, aggressive. Good.
A Democratic nominee who wants to be called governor in your state is David Jolly, and he
spoiling for a fight.
Praised you as a fighter, but he also said that he flatly rejects socialism. How do you plan to unite the party around your campaign right now?
Again, it is not about labels. It's about the most basic rights that people here in the state need. They need housing. Right now here in our state, it costs over 18% of the national average to rent a home or to rent an apartment here. People are paying 300 more times for property insurance here in the state of Florida. We witnessed Ashley Moody fail to extend the ACA subsidies, which caused nearly 300,000 people to be knocked off of the Affordable Care Act rolls. She doesn't care about anyone but herself. And also she did that because her campaign donors are health insurance companies. And so I look forward at
Oh, snap. Yeller's in the house. 10 gifted subs on Twitch. Let's freaking go. No double alerts, guys. The chaos has been solved. Oh, and Yeller's over on YouTube throwing 10 gifted memberships out to the crew. Yeller comes with gifts. Hell yeah. Thank you, Yeller. That's huge.
Ashley Moody to taking you on and to whooping you in November, and you
whooping you. I can just see she's trying to bait Ashley into saying she's threatening me, and like, you know, I feel like she's trying to bait her. Not a bad strategy though. Just get Republicans to be all clutching their pearls, and instead of talking about the good Trump is doing, which I don't know what they could point to, but that's the only way they can win if they even have a chance. Is to stay away from boxing with the Democrats. But this midterms is going to be a referendum on Trump anyways. Her message is on point. Her delivery is questionable. Well, look, it's day one. This is not even day one. This is day 0 of being the nominee. You know what I mean? Like, I think she's got the good foundation to build on that. I think she'll be just fine.
Look forward, Ashley Moody, to taking you on.
I do not think she can win, though. I'm going to be honest with you guys. It has nothing to do with her. You could put the most generic Democrat in this race, and I think they lose by 10 points at least. This is Florida. Florida's cooked right now, man. Like, it's just not even in the cards, man. You got to get to like the end of the list of possible flips to start talking about Florida. There's like 10 flip possibilities before then that are a stretch. Well, there's like 5 or 6 that are a stretch before that. You know, I would talk about Nebraska. I would even put South Carolina at this point ahead of Florida flipping. We gotta be careful not to get too excited here, because people will get their heart broken if they invest in big races like this and then the Democrat loses. Like, you got to be prepared, you know. Are you doubting Darlene? Yeah, I am. Especially after that debate last night. She's looking weak. Iowa's way ahead of this one. I would say the flip opportunities are Maine, North Carolina. Then you go to Ohio, Iowa, Texas, Alaska. That's 6, I think. Then I would go to Nebraska with an independent, Dan Osborne, winning. Then I'd probably move over to South Carolina, and Florida is probably after that. So that's asking a lot right there. And look, here's the silver lining. No offense to this woman, but I think people are now going to start donating to other races, just thinking this is lost because she's associated with DSA. And she's further left, and it's just, Florida's just too red right now. It's not a swing state by any stretch of the imagination. There's one Democrat in statewide office, I think, and it's like the agriculture commissioner or something, if that person's even still in that job. So pretty tough state for Democrats to win statewide, though. That David Jolly guy was looking pretty good, but she's not David Jolly, right? She's not a former Republican. He's running away from the DSA stuff. She's running towards it.
So whooping you in November, and you will be.
It's a funny line, though.
Forward, Ashley Moody, because her campaign donors are health insurance companies. And so I look forward, Ashley Moody, to taking you on and to whooping you in November, and you will be calling me your senator.
I could see Republicans claiming she's threatening her, right? This is like when Maxine Waters said, you got to get in their face and push up on them if you see Trump officials in public. It's like, oh, this woman, violent, threatening Ashley Moody. I'm going to whoop you.
State Representative Angie Nixon, thank you for joining.
Angie Nixon, who Florida.
All right, so that was a brief appearance last night. She's done some other interviews since then. Let me update this, though. Yeller with the 20 subs, memberships. Awesome. Thank you, bro. Thank God I fixed the double alert thing. It's so stupid. I created the other scene, the one where it's full screen, this one, and I added a new Streamlabs alert source for my alerts because I didn't want to mess with the other alert boxes in the other scenes. And turns out, even if you disable a source, it can still run in the background. Even if you click to not run in the background, it can still possibly do something in the background. And it turns out that can be to play audio. So kind of a crazy thing, but we got it.
State rep.
Let me go to another interview with this woman. All right, MS Now, 8 hours ago. Is that the latest one? I think so.
Ashley Moody and the corporate politicians in Washington, they like to label us. It's easier to try to make voters afraid of me than to defend the choices they keep making to make our lives harder. They look at this movement and they call us extreme.
That was Florida State Representative Angie Nixon last night after defeating Lieutenant Colonel Alex Vindman by double digits to secure the Democratic nomination for the U.S. Senate in the state. Nixon is the first DSA candidate to win a major party nomination for statewide office. And she joins us now. Representative, I just first got to ask you, how did you win? Like, what happened that made, just earlier in the show, that made somebody call this the greatest upset in the history of Democratic politics in the state of Florida?
Well, good morning. Thank you for having me on today. First of all, our team, we knew we were going to win because we go out and talk to people and have conversations with folks. I'm a community organizer, a former union organizer, and I have been fighting for nearly 2 decades to address the issues that Floridians have been facing here in the state. Working to increase the minimum wage to $15 an hour before I became a state lawmaker, working to stop price gouging while I was a state lawmaker, also expanding access to early childhood education for low income and hardworking people. And those are the things that Floridians and Americans care about. They are frankly just tired and fed up of these politicians, these corrupt politicians like unelected Ashley Moody and Donald Trump, who are in Washington working less but getting richer. Meanwhile, folks like us, everyday people who are working harder than ever, basically have nothing to show for. And that's been resonating. People know I'm not a politician. They know I'm someone that's just like them, and I'm a public servant that's going to fight for them.
Let's talk about the things you believe in, things you don't believe in. You said you weren't going to allow people to define you. So let's first of all talk about the things that you've said you believe in, and then we'll get to the other things that every DSA candidate's going to be asked about from now till the end of the election. You say Floridians are ready for Medicare for all, universal child care, affordable housing, fully funded public education, and an end to senseless wars.
So those are, those are popular things in the Democratic Party. I think there's 114 co-sponsors for Medicare for all. There's a bill by Pramila Jayapal in the House in this current session, and Jared Moskowitz is one of the people co-sponsoring it, by the way, for anyone concerned about is he really a Republican in Democrat clothing. But 114 out of 215 Democrats, that's more than 50%. So I can make the case that the majority of Democrats in the House support Medicare for all. I don't know how many signed on to Bernie's out of the 47 people that caucus with the Democrats. So I don't think any of this stuff is outside of the norm that she supports. It's the things that she doesn't support that DSA is associated with that is a mystery, and I hope we get an explanation for that here.
How did that resonate on the campaign trail, especially Medicare for all, a universal health care?
Yeah, for sure. So the state of Florida, Floridians, we are the largest group of enrollees on the Affordable Care Act. And again, unelected Ashley Moody decided to vote against extending the ACA subsidies, which knocked nearly 300,000 people off the ACA marketplace.
I think this is a brilliant talking point to bring up because I recall reading that a lot of people that took advantage of those enhanced ACA subsidies that the Democrats passed that lasted 5 years and expired at the end of last year, a lot of those people were conservatives in states like Texas and Florida. So I think that's a winning message to tell people we're the ones who brought you that. And that's an 80-20 issue, according to polling, extending the enhanced ACA subsidies. Marjorie Taylor Greene said before she left office, that was the number one complaint that she got in her congressional office about the expiring enhanced ACA subsidies. So I think this is a winning issue to run on in Florida for sure.
Medical debt is the leading cause of bankruptcy here in our country. And you got to think about it. People are literally going bankrupt simply because they're trying to stay alive. And so not only that, but childcare here in our state, it ranges anywhere from $800 to $2,400. Universal child care is something that we need. For every $1 the government would spend, it puts $3 back into the economy because it allows parents to be able to work. I am a mother of 5. Me and my husband have a blended family. I have a 5-year-old right now. Do you know how much we need childcare, and that'll free us up to not have to worry about things? And Floridians and Americans all across the state agree.
Okay, I like this answer. I think she should go further, talk about the return on investment. She said for every dollar the government spends, we get 3 back because it frees up parents to go work. Awesome. Love talking about politics and policy like that. People are going to say, how do we pay for it though? Right. And I think you got to anticipate the bullshit and the talking points, because people are sitting at home watching and saying that's the exact thing they're thinking. How are we going to pay for it? I know the answer a lot of Democrats like to say is, how can we not pay for it? Look at the investment, look at the return on this investment. But you still got to show people how where do we get that money from? Vermont found that universal health care would require an 11% payroll tax. I'd be curious to know more details on that, because I'm sure it's certain income levels. Like Bernie's current version of Medicare for All, I believe, doesn't charge beyond the existing amount for Medicare, which is like 4.5%, I think, for businesses that make less than $1 million in revenue. And I think for households that make less than $80,000, they don't pay any tax on it. I don't know. There's some details. I'd have to look it up, but I'm willing to bet that 11% payroll tax comes with some conditions. They passed a bill to implement to do full coverage in 2014, but abandoned it 2 years later because of that. Vermont's population skews older. Yeah. Let me see real quickly. Who would pay more taxes in Bernie's Medicare for All? I saw an AI breakdown that was pretty good. Sanders' explicit financing options include a 7.5% employer payroll tax and a 4% household income-based premium with an exemption for the first $29,000 of income for a family of 4. This means households making over the threshold would see their federal income or payroll taxes go up. Let me see. The plan heavily increases levies on top earners through progressive income tax bracket reforms, raising top marginal rates, implements an extreme wealth tax targeting the top 0.1% of households with net worth over $21 million. There was something, though, about...
How do you pay for it? Parents generate $3 for every $1 spent. It pays for itself with a $2 net gain.
Yeah, but I think you have to spell it out a little more. I get it. It's like, look, for every dollar we spend, we're going to bring in $3. But I think you have to say how. So does that mean people are working more hours? Does it mean they'll make more money and they'll pay more? I think you just got to have some numbers and show that it's worked in some sort of pilot capacity, right? Like, hey, so if the government spends $1 billion, we show that we will bring back $3 billion through income tax or something. I don't know. Because in Florida, they don't have state income tax, right? So it's like, okay. So I think you can't just assume people are going to figure it out, You got to just spell things out for people, in my opinion. Wouldn't it also stop medical bankruptcies? Yes, of course. But the other thing to talk about is people would not be paying premiums. They wouldn't be paying co-pays. We pay twice as much as Canada, where they have Medicare for All, because their government is able to negotiate with hospitals and doctors and pharmaceutical companies. And so all of that would lead to us paying much less. Even though taxes go up, we pay more in tax. We pay more in taxes for our health insurance. We end up paying less because of the overall cost of health insurance and all that.
First of all, 300,000 Floridians knocked off of health care support because of the so-called big, beautiful bill. It's had a devastating impact across America. Yeah, a big BS deal has had a horrible impact for so many working Americans. I want to ask you now about some other issues, and some candidates support these issues, some DSA candidates. I know Mayor Mamdani does not support.
So she's kind of an interesting case here, and I hate to use this term because it has a negative connotation, but I think it's her membership into DSA seems opportunistic. From what I understand, she joined DSA within the last few weeks. In fact, I'll look it up just to see. When did Angie Nixon join DSA? In June 2026, Angie Nixon joined the Democratic Socialists of America. So, we're talking 2 months ago, she joined DSA. Now, does that mean that she doesn't believe in the cause? I don't know. I mean, maybe she was converted over the last few months, but that seems awfully opportunistic, especially after the answers she's about to give here, where spoiler alert, she doesn't agree with some of the crazier things. And I'm just wrestling with this. I know people get upset when I do this, but it's like, why are you joining if you disagree with some big things? Like there's nothing big in the Democratic Party that I disagree with. There's no organization I'm a member of, have ever been a member of, that I'm like, you know what? I disagree with those 3 or 4 giant things that this organization proudly stands for. Like, it seems like you're just trying to tap into whatever's going on with the DSA. And it makes me think, it kind of backs up my point that the DSA is not the big bad boogeyman that people think it is. And it's really just a bunch of younger, more energized people who are bored to tears with the Democrats or blame the Democrats for not fighting Trump harder, even though there's nothing you can do in the minority. And that they don't want to be associated with the stink that was Kamala's campaign and Biden falling apart. And so they found this newer, cooler organization that has a better aesthetic, that seems to be doing stuff and is mad as hell and screaming at people. And it's like, yeah, I like that energy. So I don't know what to make of it, I don't know. It's like, I'm kind of feeling like I should go join DSA so I can go around and tell people I'm in DSA, and then they have to own me with my Zionism and my centrism and my, pro whatever insert thing that they think I support here. It's like, I'm a proud DSA member. It's like, you're not DSA. Oh, yes, I am. I'm in DSA. And watch, if I go to a DSA meeting, I almost believe that they would tell me to leave. I don't think I could go to my Los Angeles DSA meeting and not be recognized. Not that I think I'm a celebrity, but I tend to get recognized at political events, and people going to a DSA meeting are probably tuned in. I'm willing to bet they would tell me to leave. And it's like, well, I don't think they would let me join. Everyone should join DSA, make it pro-Israel. Exactly. Like, we should all just go join DSA and then tell everyone we're DSA. But we don't believe in anything they support, but we like Medicare for all, for example. I don't know, man. I just find it strange. The whole thing is strange. And it just all comes back to this idea that people have no idea what democratic socialism is, but it doesn't even matter because it is whatever you want it to be at this point, right? And it's just a way to get involved that isn't boring like the Democrats to probably most people. That's it. I don't know. Then you have guys like Kyle who like her answers on prisons and police. I think everyone benefits that marriage. I don't know.
Some of these issues. I'm going to ask you where you stand on defunding the police, abolishing prisons, and opening up the border again. Do you support any of those propositions?
So, what I support is making sure that we have law and order in this country. And that starts with making sure there's a full release of the Epstein files and that we hold people accountable. It also is making sure that we have accountability for ICE officials who have murdered and slaughtered people in our streets on camera who, who unfortunately have not been held accountable and actually have been hidden, honestly. And so those are the types of things that I support. And I want to be clear, you know, I am a union member. I recently joined the Working Families Party. I also just recently joined DSA because there were some things, the majority of things that I'm supportive of. But just like I'm a Democrat, there are some things that I do not fully support within the Democratic Party, particularly.
Like what? I'd love to hear that. What do you not support within the Democratic Party?
Those corporate Democrats, right? I don't.
What does that mean? But
Ms. Nixon, where do you stand on upping the hearts? Ossoff.
What does that mean? The corporate Democrat? That's not a platform position for the Democrats. Corporate Democrats. That's not like a tenet of the Democratic Party to be beholden to
Dems
corporations.
winning in Arkansas polling. Distorted face emoji.
Oh my God. That'd be incredible. Good luck to those Dems. That's dangerous to be a Democrat in a place like that. Up the hearts. Yeah, I don't like this answer. She's dodging, instantly dodging, but I know he's going to press her. Again, I'm not trying to shit on her. I'm just like, dude, this is the dumbest answer in the world. It's like, do you support defund the police? I support the public being safe, and I do not support police abusing people. It's like, okay. Do you support defunding the police? And then here she is. She said she became a recent member of the Working Families Party, too. So let's see when she joined that, because she just seems like she's joining everything. When did Angie Nixon join the Working Families Party? I've never heard of the Working Families Party outside of New York. Let's see. I don't know. That answer did not come up in my Google AI results. If anybody can find when she joined the WFP, I would love to see that. We know she joined the Democratic Socialists of America in June, 2 months ago. So it's like, is she just joining any organization out there? I would actually respect that if she did. Because then it's like, look, I'm not trying to hide anything. I'm just joining everything. Like when you go to college and you just start joining clubs, they're like the ping pong club. You join the like Chinese Americans club. Like, you're not Chinese. And then there's another club for running. And you're like, you don't run. You're like, I'm just looking to make friends, man. I don't know. I want to try it out. Why not? Uh-oh, what happened there? It didn't get read. Your check bucks. Wait, maybe it was below the limit or something. Not a bad way to meet people. It's a great way to meet people. Join every club. Maybe that's what she's doing. She's just looking to join clubs. I don't know why they didn't get read out. It was $5.27. Thank you, History Lover said, I don't know why people think Nixon will lose in Florida. He won 70% of the vote last time in 72. Good one. She joined at the same time she joined DSA. Where did you see that? So, okay, so she joined, August? No, she joined DSA in June. So you're telling me she joined the Working Families Party days ago? I mean, I kind of respect the hustle. Like, I'm just going to join everything. Apparently the DSA has hot chicks. I think so, yeah. That's funny to me. She just joined in everything. Good for her. Whatever.
Don't accept corporate PAC money, and I want to make sure that these billionaires pay what they owe. And so there are going to be a few differences here and there, but overwhelmingly, what I care about and support are what everyday Floridians care about and support, which is making sure that housing is a right.
She's just doing this because she wants friends.
Maybe. It's not a bad idea, guys. Seriously, like if the Democratic Party is kind of resident sleeper. If you go to your local Democratic Party chapter, it's a bunch of old ladies talking about the cat they adopted or whatever. But you go to DSA and it's probably chock full of young people and they go out drinking afterwards. That's why I told people, go out there and get involved. Take it over, man. exactly what it was. She was down bad for she pulled these stunts. The hustle worked. That's pretty funny.
And people have a place to put their heads at night.
Yeah. So you don't support defunding the police?
No, I don't support defunding the police. I do support comprehensive criminal justice reform to make sure we are addressing some of the root causes of people leading into a life of crime.
Right. Willie Geist's with us and has the next question. Willie.
All right. So you don't support defund the police. Okay. I don't know. I still find it strange that you would join an organization you disagree with.
Sounds like she's running for student body president the way she's joining every club. Crying face emoji.
I mean, why not? Join every club. You know what I mean?
Congratulations on your win last night. Let me just follow up on what Joe was asking, because as you know, now that you're running statewide, your Republican opponent, Ashley Moody, already is saying the positions of the DSA and particularly of you are crazy, calling you all comrades together, et cetera. So what about abolishing prisons, which is one of the platform positions of the national DSA? Do you support that?
I don't support abolishing prisons. What I do support is abolishing for-profit prisons, because they exploit labor and they usher many of our children into the school-to-prison pipeline. Why are we incentivizing the enhancement of penalties and actually allow the enhancement of not actually allowing the education system to be successful? There has been an attack on public education here in our state and across our country, and that leads to children winding up in the school to prison pipeline. I don't support abolishing prisons, but I do support ending for-profit prisons, which also, when you look at it and look at some data points, you will see that there have been a lot of people that have died inside of these for-profit prisons, or you have seen there's a lot of waste and abuse and fraud within these private prisons, for-profit prisons. And so those are the types of things that I'm against.
So it is a great answer. And this is what my recommendation for DSA was. Get rid of the 50 years down the road when we solve crime and we have the precogs like in Minority Report, and stop talking about this utopia where we don't have prisons because we don't have crime, because we just love our comrades so much. It's cringe and stupid, and even DSA says it's a long-term goal. Let's come back down to earth and start with something smaller, like let's get rid of private prisons because we think for-profit prisons are incentivized to lock people up. And we think that the government should be running any sort of prison. That's fine. But that's not what DSA stands for. They want to see prisons gone. So now she's down two things she doesn't agree with DSA on. That's why I hope, I haven't seen this interview. I just seen clips of this part. I hope to God they ask her, if you disagree with these big things, why do you join this org? And I swear to God, if she says, because I agree with Medicare for all, I find that weird. That's like saying, again, I joined this random group because of one thing they do. But imagine if it was like a hate group, you know, you could be like, I joined the KKK because, you know, they're out there helping the homeless. And I bet you the KKK does weird shit like that, where they do community shit to try to win people over. Like, I just like that they're out there feeding the homeless. It's like, yeah, but they're racist crazies. What do you mean? It's like, listen, I'll work with anybody who wants to feed the homeless. Okay. Pondy, thank you for the resub on Twitch. And I'm not equating DSA to the KKK. I'm just using it as an extreme example. That's it, okay? Relax. Anybody out there who's crying about that? I can't believe he said that. It's ridiculous, dude. The DSA isn't the KKK. Are you kidding? This guy is nuts. Relax. It's just a crazy example, okay? Relax.
And what about another national position, which is the free movement of people, which the DSA means open borders? They say that's what that means. Do you support open borders into the United States?
I support a comprehensive and clear pathway to citizenship for folks. I believe that Border Patrol should make sure that they are securing the border. I believe, though, that there needs to be a clear, comprehensive, and compassionate pathway to citizenship, especially for folks like Haitians and Venezuelans and Syrians. The Haitian community here in our state contribute over $2.6 billion to our economy. And not only that, it's not only just about their labor. It's actually about the culture that they bring here. They are amazing people. And so there needs to be a clear pathway to citizenship, especially if their country is still so unstable. I mean, the Department of State has issued warnings to people traveling over to Haiti. And so how can we be okay with ending TPS status for folks if we say that Americans shouldn't go back there or go visit? And so I, again, support a clear and compassionate, comprehensive pathway to citizenship, as well as making sure that our borders are secure.
Well, she'll be excited to hear that Joe Biden had all of that in his day one immigration reform plan that he and Kamala came up with. So I don't think you have to join the DSA for that one, ma'am. So again, this is now the third thing that she disagrees with DSA on, that she just has a liberal position that the entire Democratic Party basically supports, right? Like everybody in the Democratic Party supports a secure border that expands legal immigration, has a path to citizenship for people that are here undocumented. I mean, these are not profound things here. So it's like, well, okay, that's why I want someone to press her and say, okay, why did you join the DSA then? For these are all things that the Democratic Party is doing. You need the DSA if you want universal health care. I would disagree. I mean, I guess you can make the argument that DSA is more focused on Medicare for all. So if that's a big deal to you, then you want to get behind a group that's pushing for that. But there's a huge contingency of the Democratic Party that supports Medicare for all. As I stated a few minutes ago, the majority of Democrats in the House have signed on to Pramila Jayapal's Medicare for all bill. So you don't need to join the DSA for that. In fact, I'm curious how many co-sponsors there are for Bernie's bill. Let me see. Bernie Sanders, Medicare for all bill. S1506. Let's see. I'm just on congress.gov. There are 17 co-sponsors, so not as many. It's not a majority in the Senate, but 17 Democrats have signed on to Bernie's bill. And if I look at Pramila Jayapal's bill, I just want to get the exact number. Jayapal Medicare for all bill, HR 3069. There are 114 co-sponsors, and there's 215 Democrats, even though I think there's like one vacancy. That's the majority of Democrats. DSA more focused on capitalist regulations and education, healthcare, and housing, which are the big three. Well, I don't know. Let's go. Let's go to the DSA's website and see what comes up on the front. I don't even know. Let's see. DSA. Who we are. Okay. Find your local chapter. Our campaign priorities. Electoral strategy. Strong labor movement. Green New Deal. I don't know exactly where their list of priorities are, if they even have something like that. National Labor Commission. I don't know. I'm not going to spend time looking for it, but these are valid questions, you know, like their platform includes these more extreme things. I think this woman is just joining every organization to tap into that. And I don't blame her. I mean, every Democrat should go do that if that's the case, right? Let's just get everybody in DSA. Then it doesn't mean anything. Not a bad strat. Yeah.
One issue I'm sure you've already found as you've traveled the state, and you will find increasingly now in the general election, is the question of Israel. So I'm curious what you would say to a Jewish voter who's interested in you, likes what they've seen in many ways, your economic message.
Uh-oh, child abduction, Amber Alert. Let's see what we got here. I can let you guys know. California Highway Patrol. Sela Tillery is missing and believed to be in imminent danger. Sela Tillery, last seen on August 19th at 1100 hours in Los Angeles. Be on the lookout. Let me see. Little kid, 4-year-old, 3 feet tall. Right. Bro, I just got it. Hope they find her quickly. That's scary.
As well, maybe an independent voter, Democrat, but also even a Republican who's fed up with Donald Trump and looks at the DSA national position of just cutting off all aid to Israel, economic, military, everything else. Would you support that, cutting off aid to Israel?
So you asked me what I would say and how I would make a Jewish voter or a person comfortable with my positions. And what I would say is that they should look at my track record. I have a proven track record in history of fighting against bigotry, calling it out in all shapes and forms. I believe in the safety and well-being and dignity of all people. And I want to ensure that when it comes to military aid or aid to any country outside of the U.S., that we heavily scrutinize it. Because right now here in our state, in our country, we have veterans that are living unhoused on the streets. We have teachers that are calling my state office monthly because they can't afford to live in the state of Florida anymore. And so we need to make sure that we're putting Americans first before we go ahead and start sending money or military aid to any country outside of the U.S.
All right. Right in that America first populism. Hell yeah. Donald Trump, I don't think that was unintentional, right? America first. Got to make sure we're taking care of our own. I hate this answer because it leads people to believe that we can't do both, as if we can't house the homeless because we're sending money to other countries. We need to do both. We need to do both. We need every dollar we invest in soft power is one less bullet we have to buy and get involved militarily. So it is important that we have influence around the world. Otherwise, we're going to have military influence. And I just think it leads people to believe that, man, if we could only stop sending that money to Israel, then we will have no homeless and we will be able to take care of everybody. It's like El Sayed says it a lot. I'm sorry, but that $3 billion that we send to Israel is not going to lead to housing any homeless people in Michigan, man. Even Ukraine, I'm sure she would scrutinize funding to Ukraine just as strongly as Israel and any other country. But I think I don't give her a hard time for it because this is kind of like politician 101, you know, like just tell people we can solve their problems. And, you know, you don't want to argue with the voters, basically, right? If enough people are convinced that the money we send abroad could be used here and would be used here, then it's kind of hard to fight that, kind of hard to talk people out of that. But I don't know what the answer is here. I mean, first of all, I don't think there's going to be any opportunity to vote on anything for Israel moving forward. Israel is even telling Congress, don't send us anything. They realize how bad the situation is. They aren't even asking Congress for anything right now. And I just don't think much is going to come up for a vote in future sessions of Congress because it's just so unpopular. There's really nothing to do on the Israel issue except make noise. And I don't think anything's going to change between us and Israel as long as Trump is president, because most of our foreign relations happen between the executive branch and other countries. Like, that is a huge part of the executive branch's portfolio, dealing with foreign affairs. And so there ain't much to do, man. I think people are going to be disappointed when they send people to Congress who they think are going to stop the genocide and they see nothing change at all.
So that's fair.
Gene
Obviously.
Robinson,
I think that's why.
just as, I'm sorry, Willie. Good.
No, I just wanted to just put a fine point on that. That's why you won your economic message, because people in your state are suffering economically. But just to put a fine point on it, would you support cutting off military and economic aid to Israel?
At this time, I believe what's happening over in Israel and in Palestine is not good for Israelis or Palestinians. And I believe that Netanyahu is a war criminal who needs to answer to his crimes. And I do not support sending any money or any weapons to Israel at this moment. No, I don't.
Okay. Well, again, just like I criticized Oliver Larkin for his harsh words for Israel, whether earned or not, I just don't know if that goes over well in Florida. I don't know if it's the best strategy for running for statewide office in Florida to say what she just said. Maybe it is. I don't know. Maybe people respond well to that, but I can't imagine that goes over well in Florida. Very useful to structure the argument against the far-right Likud Netanyahu government. I think that should be the focus, honestly. And I think that would actually bring down that would lower the temperature of anti-Semitism in America, is stop talking about Israel as a country. It's way too big. It's 10 million people. It's too generalized. It allows people to be mad at too many people in general. Focus your energy on the government. Just like I don't think America should disappear because Trump is our president, right? And so if these people were to just focus their cannons on Netanyahu and the current government of Israel, I think you wouldn't see as much blowback on Jewish people and just Israelis in general. Like, you just wouldn't see the hate crime, but it kind of gives like a green flag to just hate on a giant group of people, and unnecessarily. But maybe some of them mean it and they want to hate on all the Israelis, but I just find it strange to like lob all these 10 million people into one group and then just hate on all of it. They literally had Nazi Dan Bilzerian running. I was surprised how many votes he got. Oh, Nazis get votes. In California, there was a guy running as a Nazi for Senate in 2018. I remember Patrick something. He got like 60,000 votes. So be surprised, man. Oh, that's the end of the interview. Let me go over to PBS NewsHour and see how they broke down what happened last night.
Good evening. I'm Jeff Bennett.
And I'm Amna Navarro. Welcome to the NewsHour. An upset win by a progressive candidate in Florida leads a host of headlines from yesterday's primary elections.
Florida State Rep Angie Nixon, a member of the Democratic Socialists of America, beat moderate Democrat Alex Vindman, even though he had a major spending advantage. Nixon said the race challenges the way the right has sought to define progressives.
They look at this movement and they call us extreme. They call us radical. But I think people see through that. Yes, they do. Yeah. I won't let them define me, and I know you will always know where I stand. With you, everyday people. Everyday hard-working people.
In Alaska, another key race, moderate Democrat Mary Peltola is the top vote getter in the nonpartisan U.S. Senate primary.
This is so huge, man. What a great sign. Like, look how close she is to 50%. If you add Dan J. Sullivan's votes, because I think most people are voting for him as a protest against Dan S. Sullivan, the incumbent Republican, she's at 50%, man. That is awesome. the Democrat. And it's not like there's a bunch of other candidates that ate up Dan Sullivan's votes or something, or even for Mary Peltola. This is a great sign going into November for Mary Peltola.
And incumbent Senator Dan Sullivan, a Republican, move on to the November ballot. Our Lisa Desjardins is here to talk us through what happened yesterday. Okay, Lisa, so let's start with the surprise of the night, a big progressive win in Florida. Bring us up to speed.
That Senate primary victory was a surprise to most, but not to the candidate herself. She is Angie Nixon, a member of the Florida House of Representatives. She's known for pink, including a pink megaphone. She did just join the DSA, Democratic Socialists of America, but she stresses that she has a unique and important coalition of the young, the suburbs, and cities. She easily defeated Alex Vindman. Some viewers may recognize him as the key witness in the first impeachment of President Trump. He outraised Nixon 16-1, but look at where Nixon did well. If you look at the map of the results of...
She made pink? You have to explain that one, sir.
Florida, you can see it was really all over the state, not just in cities and urban centers, but in rural parts. And when we talked to the Kimberly Leonard, who writes the Florida playbook for Politico, she said Nixon was a tireless campaigner.
He's not a polished politician, and she's someone who's more of a grassroots organizer. I mean, when she walks into a room and gets on stage, people are on their feet, they're clapping, they're jumping. She is just really magnetic, and I think that was a big difference that ended up carrying her over.
Oh, they said she's known for pink. Her signs and her campaign, I don't know what you call it, paraphernalia, looks great. I mean, but I think her victory can be explained more by Alex Vindman's failure than her campaign. No offense to her. She seems like a great person and did what she could, but I think the real story is the implosion of Alex Vindman's campaign.
Progressive member of Congress who obviously liked to see that win said you can't take too much away from it, but one of that person's takeaways was that maybe there are still doubts about polling overall this election cycle.
Yeah. Meantime, Florida's Republicans remapped the state. How did the incumbents do in their new districts last night?
The Democratic incumbents who were targeted did well. Let's look at two big names specifically. That's Democrats Debbie Wasserman Schultz and Jared Moskowitz. Each of them prevailed in their primaries in new remapped districts. Wasserman Schultz especially got some attention because she was running in what is now a plurality black district. She ran against 4 African-American challengers. Some say they split the vote of the black community. Of course, Wasserman Schultz herself is a well-known incumbent. She has a long record in Florida as well. She moves on to November. There was one incumbent in Florida who did lose, and it was a Republican. I'm talking about Representative Corey Mills. He's in the midst of multiple investigations. You see there, he fell short. He is alleged, there are abuse allegations, assault allegations, also accusations that he profited off his office. He denies all wrongdoing, but now because of that result, he will not be returning to Congress in January. President Trump endorsed Corey Mills, but today he tried to frost that over. He wrote on Truth Social, I told Congressman Corey Mills of Florida, a friend of mine, to get out of the race, but he wouldn't listen. Trump has now endorsed the person who beat Corey Mills last night.
Trump took some L's last night. Couple of people that he endorsed failed. There was another woman who ran in an open race to replace Byron Donalds, and she only got like 22% of the vote. So like 1 in 4 people who voted in the Republican primary in her district voted for her, and 3 out of 4, 75% voted for someone else. That's not good for Trump. Plus, he endorsed somebody to be Wyoming governor, to be the Republican nominee for governor in Wyoming, and they lost by like 20%. So not a great night for Trump. Not a good night for Trump.
And another person endorsed by the president did win big in Florida. Tell us about the Florida governor's race.
That's right. This is a current congressman with also a very large profile. Talking about here Byron Donalds, who now represents Fort Myers on the Gulf Coast. He's been known for his ambition in Congress. Last night, he
did not have real competition. Come on.
Easily beat all of his competitors to get the Republican nomination in the race to replace Ron DeSantis. He will face Democrat David Jolly. He's a former congressman also. Now, given Florida's recent history, it looks like Donald has the advantage here. But it's also interesting that his win last night was part of an important theme. We have seen in primaries now we have 7 black nominees for governor, some Democrats, some Republicans, in states from Florida to Wisconsin to Nevada. In all of U.S. history to date, there have only been just 3 black Americans elected to governors in a state. And now we have 7 on the ballot in November.
Well, from Florida to Alaska, what happened there?
Let's go all over. It's the other corner of the country. Democrats had a good night in Alaska, but they still have some tough races in November. Let's start with the U.S. Senate. That's where former Alaska Congresswoman Mary Peltola was the lead vote getter. She's the key hope of Democrats who want to reclaim the Senate. She's challenging the incumbent Republican senator. There he is, Dan Sullivan. Now, we talked about this race because it's a toss-up with a twist. There is a second Dan Sullivan also on the ballot. We spoke with Eric Stone of Alaska Public Media. He said it will be an intense and expensive race.
Mary Peltola has a very high statewide profile. She's very well known in the state, and Senator Sullivan does too. This is a typically Republican-leaning state, and that sort of gives him a little bit of built-in advantage. Both are going to have a hard time beating each other as we get towards the general election.
As of right now, the other Dan Sullivan will be on the ballot, but he got just a small percentage last night.
And in the time that remains, let's talk about South Carolina, because Republicans will pick the candidate to replace the late Senator Lindsey Graham next week. And last night was the first and only debate for his sister, the sitting senator, Darlene Graham, in her primary.
What a disaster. She pulled a Biden last night and just screwed this debate.
Opponent. It made a lot of headlines. Yeah. Tell us why.
It's a big understatement to say that this was a big moment for Darlene Graham. As our viewers may remember, her brother died just 5 weeks ago, and she was appointed to that seat, but to keep it after January, she's got to win this primary. So here was her debate last night. She presented, first of all, a very pro-Trump and pro-military kind of stance, but she did have trouble, and she was very honest about it when she was asked a specific question about whether Taiwan and China are national security threats.
I'm just going to be honest here. I'm not on national security. I'm not that informed on national security, but I do support the military. My brother was in the Air Force for 33 years, so I will do everything I can to support the military. My dad was in the Army. I'm not a polished politician up here. National security is not my thing, not my area of expertise, but I do support the military.
Now,
that is a mistake. Why would you say that out loud? National security is not my forte, but I want to be a U.S. senator. That's a big part of a senator's job. You're involved in national matters and foreign affairs. I mean, what the hell? Outrageous. Yeah, talk about DEI. That is the Republican definition of DEI right there, right? Totally wrong the way they define DEI, but in their eyes, that is DEI. This woman has no business being in this position. She is a sitting senator right now. That's what's alarming is imagine if she was just running and said that. That's one thing that's disqualifying, right? Like, okay, so don't run for Senate, moron. You're going to learn on the job. We want somebody who understands the intricacies of our relationships with all these countries and the national security portfolio and what's involved. We don't need somebody learning on the job, you moron. What the hell? What are you an expert at? I love her answer. She thinks it's going to be okay to say, well, I support the military. Oh, well then, so you know the president is the one that determines where the military goes, right? And then it's up to you in the Senate as a check and balance to push back on that if you disagree and make sure that he's making the right moves, right? You know that? I support military. Holy shit. I think she might lose. I already thought she was going to possibly lose. I think it's a jump ball right now between her and Ralph Norman, the guy that was on stage there. He's a sitting congressman. He's pretty crazy, but he's not the looniest of tunes. But she did not do well in the special election primary that happened a week ago. She got like 30. How much did she get? Let me see. She did not do that well. Let me see. South Carolina special election primary results. Let's see. Just want to see what percentage she got. She got 32.7%. So she got a third. So 2 out of 3 Republican voters in that primary last week. Or I think it was last week, right? Was it 2 weeks ago? I don't remember. No, it was last week, August 11th. 2 out of 3 Republicans voted for someone else, and she was the Trump endorsed candidate. Another sign of weakness for Trump. And the runoff is the 25th, next Tuesday. So we're going to find out very soon, but I think there's a good chance she loses now, especially after that. Don't you have to learn on the job the first time you've had the job? Sure. But I think, you don't say something like that out loud. You know what I mean? And the crazy thing is she's in the position right now admitting she doesn't know anything.
Graham has her brother's political organization behind her and a lot of money. So her opponent, Ralph Norman, who's a sitting congressman, is presenting himself as the outsider. He has self-funded a lot of his campaign.
And I'm pretty sure she was asked about what should the U.S.'s response be if Taiwan is attacked, something like that. So that is something you should have an opinion on if you are a sitting U.S. senator, especially. But if you're running for U.S. Senate, you should have an opinion on that too, right? Like, what would you support the United States doing in response to an attack on Taiwan? That's not something. That's not some esoteric thing. That's not some like fringe issue that, oh, well, once I get there, I'll meet with certain groups and figure it out. It's like, no, you should probably have a position on that one.
One thing I noticed is both.
No problem. The president doesn't know. Well, it's true. It's like she's basically just saying, I'm a puppet for Trump. I'll do whatever he wants, which is what she's been accused of, just being a rubber stamp for Trump.
Them were very careful about Iran. Here is what Ralph Norman said while saying he thinks the president's doing a good job. He did also say this.
We've got to end it. I think he's going to have to tell the American people what's it going to take. If the Straits of Hormuz are still dominated by a country that's supposed to be decimated, we got to have some understanding on that, because I'm not for endless wars. You win them and you get out.
Next Tuesday is a primary, but South Carolina, it's a deep red state. Whoever wins the primary is by far the front runner to become the senator.
Indeed.
Oh, man. I'm kind of rooting for her, though, because there is a little bit of a chance for Annie Andrews, who's our Democratic candidate there. There is a little chance, and the chance gets better if Darlene is the nominee for the Republicans. So I think chances are pretty slim to win that one, but I think it'll cause the Republican Party at least to spend a lot more money and resources to defend her if she is the nominee. So I think I would be rooting for her, though. It would be funny to see her lose. She'd be easier to beat. Exactly. But we'll find out. It'll be interesting to see what happens on Tuesday.
Lisa Desjardins, our thanks to you as always.
You're welcome.
Let's see what else they have here. Canada tariffs. We know Trump pussed out on that. Israel. UAE trade halt. What is this? Top official fired. Oh, no. More Ukrainian officials going down. I don't know what this is. NASA, Moderna, Food and Drug Safety, landmark trial. This is crazy. Meta's being sued for $1 trillion. Ain't that a bitch? $1 trillion. What did they do for Crossroads? This is an interesting segment sometimes. Let me see.
Judy Woodruff did this summer with Pulitzer Prize winning historian Beverly Gage for her latest.
Sometimes they go out and talk to people. It's kind of interesting. All right, let's see what else is out there. See if there's anything else we want to check out. El Sayed at a rally or something. Let's see what's on CNN's page. Dems keep flipping Trump country seats in special election streak.
CNN projecting just before we came on the air that Brandon Dukes, a Democrat, will win a Pennsylvania state House district that Trump carried by nearly 20 points in 2024.
Another great sign. Democrats doing well. Look at this.
Obviously, that's a seismic shift, and Dukes is going to be our guest in just a moment. His win in this special election is sending shockwaves across the country. Pete Buttigieg said, quote, "This is a big deal. Brandon Dukes just flipped a Pennsylvania state House seat held by Republicans for almost 30 years. And the vice chair of the DNC, Malcolm Kenyatta, said this is a district that Democrats should not have had a chance to come within sneezing distance of." And from Congressman Ted Lieu, a member of House Democratic leadership, November is coming. And
November is coming. Now, this doesn't change control of the Pennsylvania State House. We looked it up last night. I think it's 102 Democrats, 100 Republicans. Maybe this changes it to 103-99 or something like that. But hey, man, every vote counts. Probably makes Shapiro's job easier. I'll put that link up, Zlu Bars, because it's not on CNN's YouTube page. So I'll put that up. DSA commemorates 100 years of Fidel and denounces Rubio's genocide against the Cuban people. Everything's a genocide now, I guess. McDonald's losing the dollar menu is a genocide.
Out front now in his first national interview since claiming victory, Brandon Dukes. And Brandon, obviously, we're just able to make this call. As I said, this is a seismic event. How does it feel to be told, you've officially won this race?
Well, man.
Thank you for having me, Aaron. It feels pretty good, and it's still trying to grasp the whole victory that we had yesterday. So, we look forward to going to Harrisburg. It's definitely a good feeling.
I mean, so your opponent's mother told the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette last night, quote, "I'm really shocked, right, at how things were going down." And I gave the numbers, right? Trump won this district by 20 points. OK, so it's fair to say you're shocked. I mean, but are you shocked? You were the one out campaigning every day.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a little shocked, but not too shocked, because we knew this district could be flipped. I ran for a supervisor seat last year in part of the district, and it was pretty much the same results that we got last night. So I had a feeling that this is a purple district, it's a swing district, and Democrats could definitely flip it in the midterm years. So, and especially in a special election like we saw last night.
Right. So your boots on the ground. So you felt it was purple. Anybody looking at this district would have said it was bright red, right? 30 years and Trump winning it by 20 points. And I guess I'm curious as to what you saw there, because the DNC vice chair, and I just mentioned him a moment ago, Malcolm Kenyatta, also a Pennsylvania state representative, posted a long thread today. Mm-hmm. And he said that your victory, quote, in deep Trump country is the canary in the coal mine for Dems come this November. Winning here means there is not a single safe seat for the GOP. Now, again, interesting, you referred to it as purple. He refers to it as deep Trump country. So how do you see this, Brendan? Do you think that he has a point for the GOP, or do you think that what you're seeing in your district is very specific and unique to where you are?
I do. But one thing that's important about this district is that the demographics have been changing for the last few years. It's becoming much more younger and more progressive, so that worked in our favor. And like the vice chair said about being the canary in the coal mine, that's what I was. I went down in there and I ran and made it competitive and finally flipped the seat. So now it's safe to no seat is safe red or safe D, and we proved that last night. So. But every race is different, and this was particular because it was a changing demographic and plus a special election too, which helped us secure this win last night.
Special elections are interesting because it's a very small slice of the electorate that comes out for stuff like this, but it tells you who's more energized, and Democrats have been doing very well in special elections from January of last year when Trump took office till now. So just add this to the pile of data showing that Democrats are going to do well in the midterms. it's a continuation of a trend we've seen for over a year and a half now, which is great. But this is the district that Trump had his Butler, Pennsylvania rally that he almost lost his life at. And you know Trump's not going to have a rallies anywhere that he doesn't have a stronghold in, because he wants to have a good turnout, right? He's not going to go to enemy territory. Trump is definitely not going to like a swing district to try to win people over. He just wants people to come out and celebrate him. So to win in an area that Trump had a rally is pretty big deal. And Pennsylvania, of all places, man, that's the kind of state we want to be doing well in.
So you talk about the changing demographic, and maybe that's part of your...
Now, is this guy a Democratic socialist? That's the question. I feel like we'd already know that by now, but you never hear the stories like this of just, generic Democrat winning.
Answer to my next question, which is, what were the issues that motivated people to turn out? I mean, obviously, you're going to face the same opponent in November, right? You're going to run off again on this. But what were the issues that actually motivated people and got them to have this dramatic swing?
I think the overall issue that drove people to the polls were change, being a candidate of change. The district has had the same party representation for the last 30-some years, and we are offering them something different. Of course, affordability was an issue in the district with the cost of living skyrocketing. Public education was an issue on a lot of people's minds. And of course, it's such a growing district, population as well, that we have an infrastructure that's starting to become outdated that we need to catch up with. So those were some of the top issues that we ran with. Those are the issues that we heard from voters at the doors, and we promised to deliver on them, and it resonated pretty well, as we saw last night. So those are some of the issues that we ran on.
Yeah, well, I think it's really interesting what you list there, because what you said is really important. Some of the things that you didn't say that got a lot of discussion also are important, that those weren't issues. So a lot to learn. You heard what he said. He sees it as a purple district.
I'm not quite sure I see it that way, but sure, why not?
Okay, but so that was how he said, different than Malcolm, deep red Trump country is how most would see it. So I guess that gets to the way you are looking at it on the map. Is this an isolated incident, or is this the start of something bigger?
I think it's, something bigger. One of the things that Mr. Dukes ran on, I guess now Representative Dukes ran on, was, the fact his working class upbringing, right? And what you see in sort of that district and what you see nationwide is Donald Trump won with white working class voters, right? But look at the switch that we've seen amongst them. I mean, he won them by 34 points. His net approval rating now is -4. He's underwater with the white working class. That's a 38-point switcheroo since the election. What's going on in that district, what happened in terms of another flip in Pennsylvania earlier this cycle, is emblematic in my mind of the group that has been the core of Donald Trump's support. Adios, amigos. Goodbye. See you later.
Okay, so
adios, amigos. My only concern is Biden had low approval ratings in 2022, and he did well. But the GOP losses were attributed to bad candidates, not that Trump got behind that one, like Herschel Walker. And, some people are comparing these DSA people to those candidates. So I don't think it's the same. Plus, people seem pretty pissed about the economy right now, though. 2022 was when the inflation shot up, though it did start to come down pretty quickly, especially gas. I remember looking at gas prices, and they had come down significantly by December of 2022 after shooting up. But all signs point to the Democrats doing well, that's for sure. Like the turnout in Michigan was huge. Remember, they had numbers similar to their 2020 presidential primary. So the good signs continue to happen.
So this was a special election.
Yeah.
So I was just pointing out, he is going to be facing the same opponent in November, right? So this special election, he's in office, but you could do it again. Democrats have been very successful in special elections this time.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so some might say, okay, but then you got to run again in a few months, so what do I really read into it? You actually think that's the whole point, and it's very significant.
I think it is very significant because it's been a very unlucky 13 for Republicans. There have been 13 Democrats who have been able to flip districts that were formerly held by Republicans. Republicans have flipped zero in special elections. You don't have to be a mathematical genius to know that 13 is greater than 0. And more than that, if you go back over the last few cycles, 5 out of the 5 last few cycles in midterm elections, when a party outperformed in U.S. in special elections, state legislative, federal, they went on to win the U.S. House of Representatives. So this, to me, is very emblematic of something that could be huge come November.
Okay.
Hello. Looking good. Wonder if the feds will keep the rates as is or hike them soon. No, I actually listened to an article today that there's some grumbling within the FOMC, the committee that meets to discuss raising the rates back in July, that 3 of them out of 12 were for raising the rates. And the next meeting is in September, but I read they probably won't do anything until December because the inflation is going back and forth with Trump's bullshit in the Middle East. So I don't think you're going to see a rate cut before November. I think, if anything, you'll see a rate increase, probably better chance for a rate increase to try to tame inflation. I read that inflation has been over 2% for 5 years, and people on the Fed board are starting to get impatient. Like, come on, man. Our goal is to keep it around 2%. And here we are dicking around for 5 years above 2%. Biden, they were cooking under Biden. They had lowered the interest rates 3 times at the end of 2024. And Trump came in and they just put a halt to it after his tariffs and deportations and one big beautiful bill. And now the war in Iran. And otherwise, I think if Kamala would have won, they would have kept lowering the interest rates and we wouldn't be in the position we are now. Just hit $40 trillion in debt too. Congratulations, America. Deficit has gone up the last 2 years. I read an article that we've paid $1.2 trillion in interest year to date on our debt. Things are not going well on the macroeconomic level. But yeah, I don't think you're going to see a miracle from the Federal Reserve lowering rates before the midterms.
Tell me something I don't know.
I'll tell you something else that you don't know, Aaron Burnett.
That's right. I didn't put the word else in there. You should have put something else in there. Anyway, I'll tell you else something that you don't know if we could put up the graphic there. I will tell you. There we go. Look at this. U.S. House of Representatives in Pennsylvania. Look at that. Again, talking about the midterm elections. The GOP won the U.S. House vote by 2 points back in 2024. Look at the 2026 polls. +9 Democrats. That's an 11-point swing. Wow. Again, last night, emblematic of a larger problem Republicans have in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania.
President Trump is claiming without evidence that, quote, over 24,000 non-citizens.
God, I can't wait, man. If all this stuff is true and we're going to have these great results, I can't wait. Oh, my God. What are we, like 77 days from the midterms? Let me see. How many days? Oh. 76 days. It's right around the corner, man. Boy, I tell you, like that Fox News poll that showed 5 flips, but losing Michigan. Imagine we do that well. We flip 5 Senate seats, we control the Senate, and we win the House, have like a 10+ seat majority. Oh my God. What a fun 2 years that will be. It's like the nightmare is almost over. You're already seeing that Trump has entered lame duck territory because of these losses of his endorsed candidates and Republicans not doing well. So he's already entered that lame duck territory. The problem is he can still do shit like corruption, tariffs, Iran war. But boy, I don't think people realize, I've said this a bunch and you guys know it, but I don't think people realize how the narrative is going to change if the Democrats get in power, even in one chamber. The media will treat them so differently. They will talk about Trump's in a lot of trouble. They will highlight corruption and investigations. They will really be more favorable to the Democrats, whereas Democrats get nothing right now. Like when you're in the minority, you don't even get any attention. No one takes you seriously, but the media will hype up the threat of the Democrats in the House or the Senate if they're in control, because they'll talk about subpoena power, they'll talk about oversight, they'll talk about dragging in lower level people, they'll talk about people going to prison. You know, they're going to write big headlines like that stuff to get people hyped up, because that's the drama. Made an account because of you? Oh, that's cool. Welcome, Caesar.
Citizens voted illegally in the 2020 election. The president attributes that claim to the U.S. Census Bureau. Here now is Thomas Hicks. He's a former chairman of the U.S. Election Assistance Commission and one of 3 officials President Trump
revives unproven 2020 non-citizen voting claim. That's like a totally different topic. Why would they put that in there? All right, Boris, let's see what you got against the DSA co-chair. Is this going to work?
I assume you mentioned South Florida and the surprise that a Democratic Socialist would do well in South Florida, in part because of a large population of people who have fled socialism.
Hello?
Notably.
What's going on here, man?
Cuban Americans. The country's largest Cuban American population is in Florida. Last week, the DSA commemorated 100 years of Fidel Castro with a statement describing him as an organizer and a fighter.
Oh, big!
Butch body, baby girl. Peach wine, bad built butch body. Oh, what now? Peach wine, bad built butch body. Baby girl, bad built, bad built body. Bad butch body. Peach wine, bad butch body. Bad peach wine, bad butch body.
Not much to say, just giving support.
Hey, Slaw, what up, buddy? Thank you for the $100 super chat. Hell yeah, man. Let's freaking go. Bleach blonde, bad built, butch body. I appreciate it, man. I finally solved the double alerts. Thank God. I added another Streamlabs alert browser source for my new scene that I created, and even disabling it and hiding it. I guess sources can still run in the background, even if you tell it to close when it's not, the scene isn't active, and it was just processing audio from Streamlabs randomly. So finally, for the love of God, we solved it. Otherwise, you guys would have got a double Marge alert. Thank you, bro. Appreciate that, man. Hell yeah.
How do you think that plays with Florida voters?
I think you're seeing the results. You're seeing that play out in these elections, where our candidates are campaigning on addressing the cost of living crises that so many people are struggling with in the U.S. and especially in Florida. More and more people are not happy with a government that spends now over $1 trillion on a military budget, on expanding the ICE budget to tear communities apart, kidnapping our neighbors. People want our taxpayer dollars to be used on things like Medicare for all, raising a living wage, providing childcare for everybody. So if we want to expand democracy across the world, and especially in the United States, the policies we're talking about are the way to do it.
Oh my God. Baby girl.
Oh, what now? Peach wine, bad built butch body. Baby girl, bad built, bad built body. Bad butch body. Peach wine, bad butch body. Bad peach wine, bad butch body.
Alerts are still doubling.
Oh no. They're broken again. Oh no. Good one. That's actually pretty funny. Thank you, Yeller, for the $100 super chat. These guys are going crazy, man. Hell yeah. That's dope. What would I do without you guys? Moskowitz W, Hassan L. I love Moskowitz going on that victory lap, and all the leftists trying to claim, oh, he's such a loser, dude. He's talking about Hassan right after he wins. Yeah, because he didn't even have to lift a finger to win that race. He probably sitting on his couch enjoying Tuesday evening and scrolling Twitter talking shit. I don't blame him. Hassan put in a bunch of work. He didn't have to do shit. He won that race in his pajamas from home. Didn't go anywhere. Didn't do shit. I thought his tweet was amazing. I did too. I thought it was great, you know. We need to push back like that.
I guess someone told that President DSA lady that stopped doing interviews.
Yeah, they're trying out another flavor of DSA co-chair. How many co-chairs are there? This is like the third one, man. Do they just have 15 of these guys? You're the new DSA co-chair. Oh, really? I thought you guys had 16 of them already. Yep, you're number 17. Oh, wow. It's unlimited, dude. Everybody's a co-chair. But yeah, I thought the Moskowitz tweet was great. Like, that's the energy we need to push back on Hassan and show that, hey, man, that guy don't represent our party. That guy's a clown. Good for Moskowitz to do that. Poor Hassan. I'm just a Twitch streamer, dude. I'm a Twitch streamer. Why would you do? Oh, yeah, sure, bro. You're just some random dude who plays video games and doesn't get involved in politics, isn't out there doing rallies, nothing. Yep. Nope. You're not an influential person in any way at all. You didn't want to win this race. You thought you played safe. I went on a whole monologue earlier about how shame on Hassan for using his audience to back this campaign. I mean, think about the $5, $10 donations from people in his audience who probably can't afford it in some cases, just because they believe in this candidate. And Hassan's telling them that he can do it. He can do it. And meanwhile, the guy, Oliver Larkin, is just completely trolling and has no chance in hell of winning that race, and just using the race to run against a high-profile pro-Israel Democrat so that he can get on streams like Hassan and build his online presence, build up his reputation. And guess what? I saw an article today saying that DSA is talking to him about being the next national spokesman for DSA, something like that, that he's being considered for a national spokesman position. So I was asked by Soypill and Pisco on Live and Learn, why do you think he's doing this? Why do you think he's just getting followers and internet points? And do you think he wants to be a streamer? No, he wants to get known so that he can transition to something. And here it is. It's already been laid out the next day that he's being considered to be the national spokesperson for DSA. So my whole point is shame on Hassan and other content creators for getting their audience to invest in a race that they had no chance of winning and waste people's time, money, and their emotions. Think about all the people that were let down, devastated that he lost, especially by so much, who may never get involved in a campaign again because they feel like they got burned. I think you have a responsibility as an influencer to not get your audience behind a losing campaign that breaks their hearts. I mean, come on. I mean, if Hassan really thought that Oliver Larpin had a chance to win that race, then he's not the sharpest tool in the shed. But I have a feeling that Hassan knew there was no chance, but he didn't care because he had his boogeyman Israel in the race and he wanted to lean into it. You can't know there's no chance until there isn't any. No, the poll showed that he was losing by 30 points. And this is one of the most Jewish districts in the nation. And it has has quite a few old people too. And so running on Israel's committing a genocide in a district like that is not a serious campaign. That's not a serious candidate. This race was all about running against a high-profile Democrat who's pro-Israel, so you can get the Hassans of the world behind you so you can raise your profile. That's it. That's all it was. And I find that disgusting. I find that outrageous when people do that. And plenty of people do that on the right and the left. George Santos is an example of that. He ran to come in second. He just happened to win and then got exposed for all his fraud. But the reason why George Santos was so sloppy with all of his records is because when you lose, nobody gives a shit. Nobody looks over your records, your spending or anything. And I think Oliver was doing something similar. It wasn't for money. It was for fame and to raise his profile to move on to something else. That's my opinion.
I hear your message discipline on affordability. I do wonder whether you understand why a statement like that, lauding Fidel Castro, may not just turn people off from your platform, but offends people who suffered for decades under his dictatorship.
Ooh. Also, that woman won by like 13%, Angie Nixon. Oliver lost by 27%. If you lose by 30%, you had no business running and you ran a terrible campaign. Where is the criticism for Oliver's campaign? Obviously, he ran a shitty campaign and did a terrible job if he lost by 30 points. And yet Hassan praises him, saying 2 years ago, we would have never got 30% for a DSA candidate in this district. What a waste of time. Like, and you know, they're going to abandon that race immediately. No, Oliver will not run again in that district. Hassan will never give a shit about it again. They're all going to move on. So I find that wild, man. Like, okay, if you lost by 10 points, you had a chance, you know, things didn't work out. But 30 points? No, you are not serious.
Many decades of U.S. policy at this point have shown that if we want to expand democracy across the world, military regime change and economic blockades are not the way to do it. I came of age after Iraq was invaded by the United States, after Afghanistan was, and democracy did not expand there. If we want to expand free and fair elections anywhere in the world, it's about expanding a more open policy toward the whole world. If we were serious about expanding democracy in Cuba, for example, we could start by going back to the opening up, the economic reform that happened under the Obama administration.
Sure, I understand, Ashik.
Uh-oh. This Boris guy, I believe I read his family was from Cuba, I think. So it's like he knows this issue like the back of his hand. The issue was never the campaign, just the district. It was never going to happen. I agree. And that's what I'm saying. Like, this guy did not run a campaign to win that district. He ran a campaign to win the hearts and minds of Hassan and his viewers so he could raise his public profile. So I'm saying it is his campaign because he purposefully ran a campaign to win internet points, not to actually win the district because he's a fraud.
I understand.
Yeah.
We have a limited amount of time, but I understand your critique of U.S. policy. It's not an uncommon one. What I'm trying to get at is how you think that lauding Fidel Castro is a good idea and is going to win you votes in Florida.
Many people, especially younger Americans now, are looking at the history of what happened in Cuba and what it was like before the Cuban Revolution, where it was one of the most unequal societies in the Western Hemisphere. People lived under very brutal conditions under a power structure where U.S. corporations were profiting off the labor of the Cuban people. So if we're serious about expanding democracy, going back to the system that existed in Cuba before then is not the way to do it. It's about opening up political and economic reform that starts with free trade, ending the brutal embargo that for over 60 years, under economic sanctions from the United States that have limited trade into Cuba, that has been starving the Cuban people. It's been really brutal conditions. If we look at what's happening now, electricity is being shut down.
Sure.
Food is being shut down coming to Cuba. So humanitarian disasters like that.
Have you spent much time, Ashik, speaking to? Have you spent much time speaking to Cubans who have fled the island because of political persecution, who endured years under the Castro regime, Ashik?
I know plenty of people who are, especially second and third generation Cubans, who are finding things out for themselves and wanting to open up more open communication, open exchange with Cubans. And
have you spoken to people that were politically persecuted? Have you spoken to people who were politically persecuted by the Castro regime, who fled that island because of it?
I have, and there are people who, whatever critiques they might have of the Cuban government, they don't think that an economic blockade and military intervention is the way to do it.
I do wonder how they would feel about a statement lauding Fidel Castro, though, Ashik. That's my concern. I get your criticism of foreign policy. As I said, it's not an uncommon one. But lauding Fidel Castro is a different story. You talk about what things were like before the revolution in Cuba. I'll give you a personal example. My grandfather was a revolutionary in Cuba during that time. He was affected by a previous dictator, Fulgencio Batista, having his friends disappeared in the street for speaking their minds. My grandfather found that revolution, hoping to bring democracy to Cuba. And then what happened? Fidel Castro locked my grandfather up, sentenced to 20 years for doing what you're doing now on live TV, for speaking his mind, for expressing himself freely, for trying to organize politically. So I wonder, again, how you think that lands with people who suffered under that dictatorship, who now you are trying to court as voters when your organization comes out and lauds 100 years of Castro. I don't think it would land well with them, Ashik.
we're seeing many people in the United States who are seeing their who are struggling under massive inequality in the United States that's greater than it's been in over a century. Inequality in the United States is higher than it's been in the Gilded Age. We're now returning to
So
something
putting out a
that
statement about Fidel Castro courts those people?
Revolution. We want to expand democracy everywhere in the United
My
States, in
godparents
Cuba,
are
and
Cubans
everywhere
who fled
else.
during the Cuban Revolution, and I have never heard anything good about Castro or the regime. This will not fly in Florida. No Cuban, left or right, will fly with lionizing that regime.
Well, he knows some people that have been doing research and coming to a different conclusion, okay? He knows people that have been looking into it.
And that does not come at the barrel of a gun. It doesn't come at under the threat of economic blockade. That only makes that limits democracy everywhere. So if we want to improve
And
conditions
Fidel
for
Castro
Cubans,
was a beacon of
or for
democracy?
Americans, I wouldn't say that. I think that the revolution in Cuba led to an expansion of things like universal health care. That's actually been a model. That Cuba exports medical care to countries that have very poor infrastructure themselves. There are things like that that we could have in the United States the way that it exists in Europe or in so many other countries, but we don't have that. So there are plenty of things that could change and improve in Cuba, that Cuban people would speak for themselves, but Cubans have to be the ones deciding Cuba's future. And we have to support from the United States what makes that possible, which is ending the embargo, ending sanctions. If we want freedom of expression, a free press, elections people can believe in, we have to look at the history of U.S. intervention there.
Okay, but you can do that without praising Fidel Castro. That's Boris's point. Like, man, you can make your point, but why are you celebrating this regime?
So it's really hard for us to say where the effects of Cuba's government end and where the effects of the blockade begin. And 65 years of strangling an economy, which the United States has done, will do that. So that's why lifting sanctions is what will give Cuba the breathing room it needs for political change to even be possible. And in the United States, our concern is expanding voting rights in the U.S., expanding democracy in the United States, which is under threat from the Trump administration.
I think depending on what economists you speak to, there is some disagreement about conditions in Cuba. How much of it is the embargo? How much is the incompetence of the Cuban government? Nevertheless, my question was about Fidel Castro being a beacon of democracy. I would suggest that perhaps we should have more conversations with folks who have fled that regime and what they think about these statements and the position of the DSA. Nevertheless, Ashik Sadiq, I appreciate you sharing your perspective. Thank you so much for coming on CNN.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And we have to talk about how people are struggling in the United States, and that's why we're winning elections across the country. Thank you.
Thank you. So I do think DSA is winning some elections, a couple of elections, because people are struggling. I don't think it's because people support socialism or some of the kookier things that these guys stand for. In fact, I don't think most people know what democratic socialism is. At this point, it's whatever you want it to be.
The trains ran on time.
Yeah, exactly. Democratic socialism is whatever you want it to be. Most people are voting to make healthcare cheaper, to be able to afford their rent, to be able to pay less at the grocery store. That is what democratic socialism is to them. It's just people that are energized and fighting and angry. Speaking of angry, we have a mental health crisis in the YouTube chat. Holy cow, man. Somebody's parents did not say they love him. Feel bad. That's why I don't get these interviews. They should shut the F up and stop exposing who they actually are. Well, they feel like they've got the momentum. They got the wind in their sails, man. They think they're doing great. But the truth is, people are voting for DSA candidates because of two things. I've said it a million times, and I'll keep saying it. I think I'm 100% right. People still feel the Democratic Party stink from Kamala losing. No offense to Kamala, but it was a tough loss. People felt that she shouldn't have lost. And they blame Biden and her for being weak and Trump winning. Number two, Trump has done atrocious things and he has hurt a lot of people, and a lot of Americans want to see something done about it. But the problem is, when you're in the minority, there's very little you can do. Elections have consequences in this country. And people seem to believe that the Democrats can do something that they're not doing because have sold out to their corporate overlords, or they're too comfortable in their positions, or whatever. And so you've got these agitators who are running in primaries saying, to hell with these Democrats, I can do better. And the ones that are energized, the ones that are sticking to the script about affordability and Medicare for all, are doing pretty well because it's something different. And it's like, wow, these guys are saying they can do something. So I'm going to vote for this person. But it's mostly in deep blue districts. Now, we did see this big win in Florida, but I think that's mostly attributed to the moderate candidate falling apart. Vindman ran a terrible campaign, and he was the definition of hubris in the sense that he wasn't even acknowledging he had a challenger. So I think that explains the Florida victory more. And the evidence that I have to back that claim up is, look what happened in all the congressional races. The DSA people got trounced. So when you have a decent moderate who runs an okay campaign, at the very least, the DSA people don't do very well. So I think this is just a moment in time. I think once the Democrats win the midterms, which I think they will, and get the gavels in at least the House, maybe even the Senate, and people see a new face to the Democratic Party and see action and see them doing stuff, I think that negativity associated with Kamala and Biden will finally be gone. And the DSA people just won't resonate as much. There just won't be the bandwidth for their rabble-rousing, shall we say. Did you watch Hakeem on Meet the Press? If you're talking about this most recent appearance, yes, we watched that on Sunday. It's really just down to the fact that when you ask a regular citizen if they want health care, they say yes, but stop there. Yeah. I mean, do any of you guys believe that the people who are voting for Democratic Socialists or identify as Democratic Socialists actually support socialism or support abolishing the border or defunding ICE? I don't think so. I think that these people are like Keith Shirley, who are going to DSA meetings because that's where the energy is and they feel like they're doing stuff. And they just want to see cheaper healthcare and life to be more affordable. And that's where the excitement is right now. It's an aesthetic, really. It's kind of like a cool aesthetic within the Democratic Party. I don't think any of those people would support socialism or abandoning capitalism or anything like that. Do you think DSA recognized that Americans thought Kamala's immigration policy was open border and that was a huge reason she lost? Immigration played a big role in it, according to the exit polls. Sure. I don't think it was open borders, but I think Americans thought Biden and Kamala did a bad job managing the flood of humanity at our border, and that they were mad that these people got a lot of free stuff and were causing problems, and they just felt that it wasn't handled well. Biden was too much of a bleeding heart and prioritized the migrants at our border instead of the American people. That's what I think. Because if you go out there and you pitch expanding legal immigration and even I think a path to citizenship, I think it does pretty well. And in fact, I'm willing to bet on the other side of Trump we'll be able to get stuff like that.
But does it matter if the followers don't know what it is, the leaders know what it is, and are deceiving people into voting for them?
Well, it is what it is. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. Like I said, I think it's a temporary thing. I think it is a flash in the pan. I know there's people out there that think this is the end of the Democratic Party and that something big is going to happen. But I think it's just a moment in time, and that this is a lull in our politics because the Democrats are out of power. They haven't won the midterms yet. The primaries are going. There's not a lot to talk about. But once the midterms are done and the Democrats get sworn in on January 3rd and the 120th Congress begins, if the Democrats are in control, everyone's going to be talking about what the Democrats are doing. It's not going to be about, oh, let's talk about the DSA. I mean, I think they're going to be a whimper at that point. And I wouldn't be surprised if they're basically in lockstep with Hakeem Jeffries and everybody's on the same page and there is no drama. I think it's fine until 3-4 DSA House members hold everything hostage for Medicare for All. Well, then I don't think they'll be that small of a majority. Number one. Number two, I don't think they're actually going to be obstructionists for things like that. I think Hakeem will work it out with them.
Sending 5 bones for the great Pete Buttigieg, fist emoji, USA emoji, fire emoji.
Hell yeah. Thank you, Candy Sig. Pete getting some points. Where are we at with our poll? We got Mark in first, John, AOC, and Pete. Okay. Pretty good. I think everyone kind of has their own definition of socialism. For some people, anything the state pays for, like roads, is socialism. For other people, socialism entails the full dissolution of property ownership. Yeah, I think the vast majority of people, socialism is when my health insurance is affordable. That's it. So I don't think these guys are going to be able to implement huge policy or anything. And I'm telling you, I think Hakeem will win them over. He's already got a couple of them on board. So if like 2 or 3 of them want to be a stick in the mud and make some noise, then they're going to find themselves on no committees, seeing no legislation get introduced. They're going to find themselves as pariahs. And I have confidence that Hakeem will win them over anyways by talking to them. I don't think the public will have tolerance for it either. It's like, dude, we just handed you the gavels, okay? Like, you're not passing Medicare for all with Trump as president, right? Like, what do you, okay, knock it off. This is why I get pissed about the Israel issue, because it's like people are voting for, I shouldn't say people are voting. People are running campaigns on stopping sending money to Israel and aid to Israel. And I just don't think that there's going to be much to do about that for the next 2 years in Congress. And so we're going to send these people that are hyper fixated on Israel to Congress that have nothing to do with that position. And we could have had people in there that are like ready to hold Trump accountable, like Dan Goldman, who was an assistant U.S. attorney for 10 years and hired to help lead the questioning of witnesses in Trump's first impeachment trial. Like, that's what we need for the next 2 years. We need people who will investigate and hold the Trump administration accountable. We don't need people pushing for Medicare for all for the next 2 years. Like, what? That's not going to go anywhere. You know what I mean? Like, hey, Medicare for all. It's like Trump's going to be like, cool story, bro. And the Republicans will say, nice. Sucks for you. Like, I think we can possibly get the enhanced ACA subsidies passed again if we take over the House and the Senate, because we can force Trump to sign on to something like that, maybe for like a year or two. You know, we're very limited in what we can get done, especially with progressive policy over the next 2 years. I think once we get to 2029, now that's another story. Okay, now you're talking. Now there'll be opportunity to actually implement something. Bleach blonde, bad Bill. Oh, why did that just fall off? Did you see that? I switched the scene and my little stress donkey fell off. That was so random. The timing was ridiculous. What the hell? That's crazy. There's ghosts in here, man. Stress donkey. Yeah, it's a stress squeeze toy from 2020. C-SPAN. the 2020 election. What is on your Harris wall sign? Looks like the tip of a fleshlight. It is the tip of a fleshlight. What do you mean? This is a foam bullet. I got hit by one of these at a BLM protest, shot by the cops while I was live streaming, and I grabbed one off the ground. I need one of those stress donkeys in 2024. Collector's piece now. C-SPAN used to have a bus that they would take to events, and I went to a convention in Nashville, Tennessee in 2019 called Politicon, and C-SPAN's bus was there, and they were giving away these little stress things. There's one for the Republicans. How much for the AOC sign shipped to Europe? That's priceless, dude. That's from her 2018 campaign. You can't buy that anymore. You already got infinitely more cred than Hassan. Well, that happened a long time ago, my friend. Okay. That happened years ago. Hassan can't go to protests anymore. He gets chased out by black people. When did you get the C-SPAN shirt? A couple weeks ago. Hilarious is true. It is true. Last time Hassan went to a protest, some black guy started yelling at him and he ran away. You can go see the clips.
Erie has more than 25 years of cred.
Hell yeah. I started going to protests in 2017 after Trump was elected. I saw the Women's March and was like, wow, that's huge. I didn't even know about it. And I vowed to go to the next protest. And the next big thing was the travel ban. At LAX, they had a protest. And so I went to LAX and I took my camera and I made a little 1-minute video for my Instagram. And I was like at protests every single weekend making Instagram videos for like a year. And then started streaming in 2018 and stopped going to protests as much. Do I know if DSA has been struggling with black voters? Well, they have a DSA candidate that won last night in Florida, though she joined DSA in June. She's just joining all the parties, though. She joined the Working Families Party. She joined DSA. She's just collecting all the buffs. Let me see if there's anything else. Otherwise, we get out of here. Roy Jackson. Live police chase. Oh, it's over. Check out the loser view very quickly. Chuck Schumer has a problem. Florida's Red Scare. Nice graphic on the screen there. Ex-Clinton staffer warns of extremely dangerous development among Dems. Wow. Disturbing details. Illegal immigrant confesses to murdering Virginia mother. Wow. This happened in Trump's America? Yeah. When did this guy get into the country? Let's see his name. Don't think they would be highlighting this if this guy entered under Trump. Where's his name? Not even talking about it.
Virginia mom near a popular hiking spot on Monday. Police say 19-year-old Alexis Cedillos Campos of El Salvador killed 42-year-old Carmen Lisette Puch. Police claim the two worked together and were lovers, adding that the attack was premeditated. About a
Lovers. Iran warned about potentially foolhardy move. Police searching for man in Chucky-style mask terrorizing residents. Okay.
Fox News Alert police in Philadelphia searching for an unidentified man in a creepy Chucky doll-style Halloween mask. They say he's chasing down residents, harassing them, and yelling out threats. CB Cotton's following this
Yeah, it doesn't look like Chucky to me, but okay.
story and has more. Hi, CB.
Hey, Dana, good morning. So Philadelphia police are still searching for the young man who they say terrorized several people while wearing a mask resembling Chucky from the horror movies. Surveillance photos show the suspect in all black, his face covered by the Chucky-like mask resembling the deadly doll from the movie franchise. Police
What is he doing?
say this suspect targeted at least 6 people near Philadelphia City Hall in the early morning hours last Wednesday. Officers say he targeted men and women and had a cell phone appearing to record what was happening. Video captured the suspect chasing after a woman who was out jogging. Investigators say she was the one who alerted the police.
He's holding his...
That's terrifying. Imagine out for a jog and that guy's running behind you. Holy shit, man.
cell phone up in front of her, at which time he asks her, "Are you ready to die?"
That's just some disturbing news. And I'll keep my eyes and ears open. That's quite.
I read it earlier. Goes to the people and scares them. You ready to die? That's crazy, man. Nut job. Vivek Ramaswamy. Poor guy. Got no love from the Republicans. Got dropped. Fox News clips. Just looking if they had any good interviews or anything. Seeing much. Well, am I missing anything? What do you guys think? Is there any other big stories? Not sure a teenager doing dumb shit like that warrants a press conference. Yeah. Not sure either about that one. Local teenager does crazy shit. CTC, thank you for resubbing on Kick, man. Hell yeah. So what happened with Destiny's court case today, man? What's going on? So somebody said earlier, and they were totally wrong. So now that we have more people here, maybe people can get the right information. But the judge is given the other party until Monday to submit, and then they'll decide if they want to have a trial that would start in 2027. Is that what it is? He was arrested and sentenced to life in prison. Wow. Well, that's unfortunate. Judge is pissed. Judge asked Doe to file something until tomorrow. Looks like he might go to trial in February. He said the opposing counsel has 24 hours to provide proof of spoliation, I believe, and he thinks if they don't show anything good, they might get dismissed. Okay, so sounds like a few of you guys are saying there's a deadline for something tomorrow, but you're a little up in the air on what that is. So is there like another thing scheduled? What is the next thing that's scheduled? I don't know what you would call it. What's the next thing? Doe effed up their filings, didn't show proof of spoliation, so the judge gave them 24 hours to refile and get it right. Tomorrow. Well, that doesn't sound good. Doesn't go in Destiny's favor. A court case would be in January or later of next year because of how busy the judge is. So did Destiny give any thoughts on what's going on? Has he said anything like he's feeling things are going to go one way or the other? Like, where did you guys get this information from? I know you didn't get it from Darius. I feel like the whole thing has taught me if you have enough money, you can just keep something in court forever. Yeah, this is outrageous how long this has been going on. Oh, he streamed with Mooten today afterward for like 1 to 2 hours. Oh, good. I'll have to go watch that then and get it straight from the horse's mouth. Damn. Well, I'm trying to figure out what to do. My lease is up at the end of next month, and I need to decide if I'm signing another lease or something. But I am thinking about maybe going to DC. I think it would be incredible for me to be in DC for the next couple of years. But I'm not ready to go. But I could sign like a 6-month lease. Because it's going to be a heavy lift to move across the country like that. But boy, it'd be pretty huge. Month to month, there is a month to month option, but it's much more expensive. But I was, trying to. I told Destiny that I think it'd be very good for him too to be in the DC area. And I know he's been talking about getting out of Miami, but I know it all hinges on what's going on with his case. So, but I also told him like I'm not gonna move somewhere. I'm not gonna move because you said you're doing something, right? I don't want that pressure on anybody. That's unfair to put that on anybody. Like, well, I'll move if you're gonna do something, right? I don't think that's fair to put that on anybody. So if I do move, it's entirely for me, and if he decides to do that too, then that would be great. But I would have to do that for my own reasons and not put that pressure on him. But I got the impression that today would be a big day for knowing what's going to happen, but it doesn't sound like much got resolved, unfortunately for him. To Mumdanistan. I lived in New York City for 12 years, and I know he's talked about that as well. I would not be interested in living in New York City again. Nothing wrong with it. I just don't have the energy. When you live in New York City, it's like part of your identity being a New Yorker, and you got to really want to be there. You can't just half-ass it because you're paying like half your income in rent, and the city's alive all around you. The second you step outside, you're on defense, and you got to really want to be there. Would you want DC to be a state? No, I want DC to have no representation in the Senate or the House. Why do you want to go to DC? Because my entire content and a lot of my interests revolve around politics. So being in the proximity of the Capitol would be huge. I could go to hearings, I could network, I would actually be motivated to go out and do things just casual. Like I would have people around me that share my interest. Here in LA, don't have a lot of people interested in following politics at this level. You know what I mean? So my dream is to have a podcast space within walking distance from the Capitol, if possible, or a short Uber ride, so that people could just stop by, whether they be influencers or members of Congress or staff members or press. And you never know who's going to come by, and we have sort of an informal structure. I just think it'd be super cool. I may have a guest tomorrow. I'm talking to somebody, and it'll be an example of like somebody that could just stop by. And like you never know who's going to be on the stream. It's not an elected official, but it is somebody that's like a higher up. Jared Moskowitz on CNN. Awesome. We'll have to wait for that to be posted by CNN. I just know if I live near DC, I'd be motivated to go to the Capitol and hang around and go outside and do stuff. Like I have no interest in doing anything around here. I'd have to force myself to like pursue hobbies or something I don't give a shit about. But in DC, I'm sure I'd get invited to stuff, and there would be engagements and parties and speaking events, and I think I'd fit right in. So it'd be cool.
Just tuned in, sir. I also just found out that Mary Peltola in Alaska is advancing to the general, and came in first in the open primary.
Well, I don't think it was ever in doubt that she was going to advance. But yeah, her coming in first and getting like 5% more than Dan Sullivan is pretty awesome and shows she's got strength. And if that continues in November, then it's GG and she's going to win. So great results for Mary Peltola. I agree. You have aspirations of being a cable legacy media contributor? Not really. Not really. I don't really like the way things are going on TV. Like, I don't like the CNN panels. I don't like the way they do news. The best case scenario for me would be for like CNN to hire me to host their YouTube channel and do live streams on there and introduce clips and be like a talking head, but with CNN's content, just kind of setting it up, talking about it, commenting on it. That would be awesome. And I think that'd be a great use of their YouTube channel, because they just put clips up right now, like all the major networks, and that there's there's nobody introducing it.
Looking good. New cam?
Sathanic, thank you for the resub. Yeah, I got this camera about 2 months ago. And redid like my whole background and everything. New lighting. That's the camera, and the lighting is the big deal. CNN's Carson Daly. Hell yeah. Well, I think it'd be really good for Destiny to be in DC too. Like he obviously really loves politics, and it'd be a giant advantage to be in the DC area. And I think he could really get involved, and it would be huge for him to focus on, and it would be an easy, good fit. So we'll just have to see what happens. But I think it'd be great for me too. So something to think about. But I do have to make a decision here with my lease. Do I sign another year? I mean, getting out of a lease isn't the end of the world, you know. But I don't know. I was kind of curious what happened today as I make that decision. They even had an awesome clip on the Tim Pool Jubilee. I did not watch that. I don't watch a lot of the Jubilees. It's tough for me to watch that, even myself on there. David's very aggressive. That's not my style at all. I don't enjoy that. I like David, though. He's a nice kid. feel like Destiny's power would be greatest. I mean, if his goal was to influence the elections, maybe. Destiny's strength is streaming. And I think he does well in the politics space. He's known as a debater and representative of the online left. So for me, it just makes sense for him to be in DC. Do I think DC should get statehood? Of course. Come to the East Coast. I like LA. I like being able to walk outside for 2 miles every single day. Okay. I like my weather being 70 degrees every day. I get to wear a tank top every day. I like the culture. I like how laid back LA is. People are just super chill. I lived in New York City for 12 years, so I can compare the two. New York, like I said, you got to really want to be there. It's an effort to live in New York City, and you know, I think I'm too old for that shit. Plus, I wouldn't go out. Like, if you live in New York City, you better be going out and taking advantage of the city. I mean, what are you doing? Don't just go to work, commute, come home. Like, you got to go do shit. And I'm past the days where I go to bars and stuff like that. I just want a big house with central AC and to be left alone. Okay. Well, that's all I got for today, guys. So I'm going to get out of here. But thank you guys all for hanging out. I appreciate all the subs, the super chats, the bits, the memberships, everybody hanging on Kick. Thank you, guys. I appreciate it. We'll check out Moskowitz tomorrow. I'm sure CNN will post it or we'll be able to find it. That sounds good, though. But thank you, guys. Appreciate all the support. Thanks for hanging out, guys. And I'll be on tomorrow. We might have a guest on the stream. We might. I don't know. We'll see what happens, hopefully. But hope you guys have a wonderful night, and I will see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.